Chapter 1 of The Great White Queen. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tom Weiss. The Great White Queen by William le Queux. Chapter 1. A Romance. It is a curious story, full of exciting adventures, extraordinary discoveries, and mysteries amazing. Strange, too, that I, Richard Scarsmere, who, when at school hated geography as bitterly as I did algebraic problems, should even now, while just out of my teens, be thus enabled to write down this record of a perilous journey through a land known only by name to geographers, a vast region wherein no stranger had ever before set foot. The face of the earth is well explored nowadays, yet it has remained for me to discover and traverse one of the very few unknown countries, and to give the bald-headed old fogies of the Royal Geographic Society a lesson in the science that I once abominated. I have witnessed with my own eyes the mysteries of Mo. I have seen the Great White Queen. 3 years ago I had as little expectation of emulating the intrepidity of Stanley as I had of usurping the throne of England. An orphan, both of whose parents had been drowned in a yachting accident in the Solent, and whose elder brother succeeded to the estate, I was left in the care of a maternal uncle, a regional martinet, who sent me for several long and dreary years to Dr. Tregear's well known grammar school at Eastbourne, and had given me to understand that I should eventually enter his office in London. Briefly, I was, when old enough, to follow the prosaic and ill-paid avocation of clerk. But for a combination of circumstances I should have by this time budded into one of those silk-hatted, patent-booted, milk-and-bun lunchers who sit on their high perches and drive a pen from 10 till 4 at a salary of 16 shillings weekly. Such was the calling my relative thought good enough for me, although his own sons were being trained for professional careers. In his own estimation all his ideas were noble and his generosity unbounded, but not in mine. But this is not a school story, although its preparatory scenes take place at school. Some preparatory scenes must take place at school, but the drama generally terminates on the broader stage of the world. Who cares for a rehearsal, save those who have taken part in it? I vow, if I had never been at Tregear's, I would skip the very mention of his name. As it is, however, I often sigh to see the shadow of the elms clustering around the playground, to watch the moonbeams illumine the ivied wall opposite the dormitory window. I often dream that I am back again, a Caesar-hating pupil. Dr. Tregear, commonly called Old Trigger, lived at Upperton, a suburb of Eastbourne, and had accommodation for 70 boys, but during the time I remained there we never had more than 50. His advertisements in local and London papers offering commercial training for 30 guineas, including laundress and books, bracing air, gravel soil, diet best and unlimited, reduction for brothers, were glowing enough, but they never whipped up business sufficiently to attract the required number of boarders. Nevertheless, I must admit that old Trigger, with all his faults and severity, was really good-hearted. He was a little sniffing, rasping man with small, square, feeble, bent figure, mean, irregular features badly arranged around a formidable bent, broken red nose, thin straggling grey hair and long grey mutton-chop whiskers, constantly blinking little eyes, and very assertive, energetic manners. He had a constant air of objecting to everything and everybody on principle. Knowing that I was an orphan, he sometimes took me aside and gave me sound fatherly advice, which I have since remembered, and am now beginning to appreciate. His wife, too, was a kindly, motherly woman, who, because being practically homeless I was often compelled to spend my holidays at school, seemed better disposed towards me than to the majority of the other fellows. Yes, I got on famously at Tregear's. Known by the abbreviated appellation of Scars, I enjoyed a popularity that was gratifying, and, bar one or two sneaks, there was not one who would not do me a good turn when I wanted it. The sneaks were outsiders, and although we did not reckon them when we spoke of the school, it must not be imagined that we forgot to bring them into our calculations in each conspiracy of devilment, nor to fasten upon them the consequences of our practical jokes. My best friend was a mystery. His name was Omar Sanom, a thin, square chap with black piercing eyes set rather closely together, short crisp hair, and a complexion of a slightly yellowish hue. I had been at Trigger's about 12 months, and was 13 when he arrived. I well remember that day. Accompanied by a tall, dark faced man of decided negroid type, who appeared to be ill at ease in European clothes, he was shown into the doctor's study, where a long consultation took place. Meanwhile, among the fellows, much speculation was rife as to who the stranger was, the popular opinion being that Trigger should not open his place to savages, and that if he came we would at once conspire to make his life unbearable and send him to Coventry. An hour passed, and listeners at the keyhole of the doctor's door could only hear mumblings, as if the negotiations were being carried on in the strictest secrecy. Presently, however, the black man wished Trigger good day, and much to everyone's disgust and annoyance, the yellow faced stranger was brought in and introduced to us as Omar Sanom, the new boy. The mystery surrounding him was inscrutable. About my own age, he spoke very little English, and would in conversation often drop unconsciously into his own language, a strange one which none of the masters understood or even knew its name. It seemed to me composed mainly of P's and L's. To all our inquiries as to the place of his birth or nationality he remained dumb. Whence he had come we knew not. We were only anxious to get rid of him. I do not think Trigger knew very much about him. That he paid very handsomely for his education I do not doubt, for he was allowed privileges accorded to no one else, one of which was that on Sundays when we were marched to church he was allowed to go for a walk instead, and during prayers he always stood aside and looked on with superior air, as if pitying our simplicity. His religion was not ours. For quite a month it was a subject of much discussion as to which of the 5 continents Omar came from, until one day, while giving a geography lesson, the master, who had taken the west coast of Africa as his subject, asked, "Where does the Volta river empty itself?" There was a dead silence that confessed ignorance. We had heard of the Russian Volga, but never of the Volta. Suddenly Omar, who stood next to me, exclaimed in his broken English: "The Volta empties itself into the Gulf of Guinea. I've been there." "Quite correct," nodded the master approvingly, while Baines, the fellow on my left, whispered: "Yellow Face has been there. He's a guinea pig, see?" I laughed, and was punished in consequence. But the suggestion of the witty Baines being whispered round the school was effective. From that moment the yellow faced, mysterious foreigner was commonly known as the guinea pig. We did our best to pump him and ascertain whether he had been born in Guinea, but he carefully avoided the subject. The information that he came from the west coast of Africa had evidently been given us quite involuntarily. He had been asked a question about a spot he knew intimately, and the temptation to exhibit his superiority over us had proved too great. Not only was his nationality a secret, but many of his actions puzzled us considerably. As an instance, whenever he drank anything, water, tea, or coffee, he never lifted his cup to his lips before spilling a small quantity upon the floor. If we had done this, punishment would promptly have descended upon us, but the masters looked on at his curious antics in silence. Around his neck, beneath his clothes, he wore a sort of necklet composed of a string of tiny bags of leather, in which were sewn certain hard substances that could be felt inside. Even in the dormitory he never removed this, although plenty of chaff was directed towards him in consequence of this extraordinary ornament. It was popularly supposed that he came from some savage land, and then when at home this string of leather bags was about the only article of dress he wore. If rather dull at school, he very soon picked up our language with all its slang, and quickly came to the fore in athletics. In running, swimming, and rowing, no one could keep pace with him. On foot he was fleet as a deer, and in the water could swim like a fish, while at archery he was a dead shot. Within 3 months he had lived down all the prejudices that had been engendered by reason of his colour, and I confess that I myself, who had at first regarded him with gravest suspicion, now began to feel a friendliness towards him. Once or twice, at considerable inconvenience to himself, he rendered me valuable services, and on one occasion got me out of a serious scrape by taking the blame himself. Therefore, within 6 months of his arrival, we became the firmest of chums. At work, as at play, we were always together, and notwithstanding the popular feeling being antagonistic to my close acquaintance with the guinea pig, I nevertheless knew from my own careful observations that although a foreigner, half savage he might be, he was certainly true and loyal to his friends. Once he fought. It was soon after we became chums that he had a quarrel with the bully Baines over the ownership of a catapult. Baines, who was 3 years older, heavier built and much taller, threatened to thrash him. This threat was sufficient. Omar at once challenged him, and the fight took place down in the paddock behind a hedge, secure from Trigger's Argus eye. As the pair took off their coats, one of the fellows jokingly said: "The guinea pig's a cannibal. He'll eat you, Baines." Everybody laughed, but to their astonishment within 5 minutes our champion pugilist lay on the ground with swollen eye and sanguinary nose, imploring for mercy. That he could fight Omar quickly showed us, and as he released the bully after giving him a sound dressing as a cat would shake a rat, he turned to us and with a laugh observed: "My people are neither cowards nor cannibals. We never fight unless threatened, but we never decline to meet our enemies." No one spoke. I helped him on with his coat, and together we left the ground, while the partisans of Baines picked up their fallen champion and proceeded to make him presentable. Like myself, Omar seemed friendless, for when the summer holidays came round both of us remained with the doctor and his wife, while the more fortunate ones always went away to their homes. At first he seemed downcast, but we spent all our time together, and Mrs. Tregear, it must be admitted, did her best to make us comfortable, allowing us to ramble where we felt inclined, even surreptitiously supplying us with pocket money. It was strange, however, that I never could get Omar to talk of himself. Confidential friends that we were, in possession of each other's secrets, he spoke freely of everything except his past. That some remarkable romance enveloped him I felt certain, yet by no endeavour could I fathom the mystery. Twice or thrice each year the elderly negro who had first brought him to the school visited him, and they were usually closeted a long time together. Perhaps his sable-faced guardian on those occasions told him news of his relatives, perhaps he gave him good advice. Which I know not. The man, known as Mr. Makhana, was always very pleasant towards me, but never communicative. Yet he made up for that defect by once or twice leaving half a sovereign within my ready palm. He appeared suddenly without warning, and left again, even Omar himself being unaware where he dwelt. Truly my friend was a mystery. Who he was, or whence he had come, was a secret. End of chapter 1. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 2 of The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 2. Omar's Slave. Omar had been at Trigger's a little over 2 years when a strange incident occurred. We were then both aged about 16, he a few months older than myself. The summer holidays had come round again. I had a month ago visited my uncle in London, and he had given me to understand that after next term I should leave school and commence life in the city. He took me to his warehouse in Thames Street, and showed me the gas-lit cellar wherein his clerks were busy entering goods and calling out long columns of amounts. The prospect was certainly not inviting, for I was never good at arithmetic, and to spend one's days in a place wherein never a ray of sunshine entered was to my mind the worst existence to which one could be condemned. When I returned I confessed my misgivings to Omar, who sympathized with me, and we had many long chats upon the situation as during the 6 weeks we wandered daily by the sea. We cared little for the Grand Parade, with its line of garish hotels, tawdry boarding houses, and stucco-fronted villas, and the crowd of promenaders did not interest us. Seldom even we went on the pier, except to swim. Our favourite walks were away in the country through Willingdon to Polegate, over Beachy Head, returning through East Dean to Lidlington and its famed tea garden, or across Pevensey Levels to Wartling, for we always preferred the more unfrequented ways. One day, when I was more than usually gloomy over the prospect of drudgery under my close-fisted relative, my friend said to me cheerfully: "Come, Scars, don't make yourself miserable about it. My people have a saying that a smile is the only weapon one can use to combat misfortune, and I think it's true. We have yet a few months more together before you leave. In life our ways will lie a long way apart. You will become a trader in your great city, while I shall leave soon, I expect, to—" and he paused. "To do what?" I inquired. "To go back to my own people, perhaps," he answered mechanically. "Perhaps I shall remain here and wait. I know not." "Wait for what?" "Wait until I receive orders to return," he answered. "Ah, you don't know what a strange life mine has been, Scars," he added a moment later in a confidential tone. "I have never told you of myself, for the simple reason that silence is best. We are friends. I hope we shall be friends always, even though my enemies seek to despise me because I am not quite white like them. But loyalty is one of the cherished traditions of my people, and now that during 2 years our friendship has been firmly established, I trust nothing will ever occur to interrupt it." "I take no heed of your enemies, Omar," I said. "You have proved yourself genuine, and the question of colour, race or creed has nothing to do with it." "Perhaps creed has," he exclaimed rather sadly. "But I make no pretence of being what I am not. Your religion interests me, although, as you know, I have never been taught the belief you have. My gods are in the air, in the trees, in the sky. I believe what I have been taught. I pray in silence, and the great god Zomara hears me even though I am separated from my race by yonder great ocean. Yet I sometimes think I cannot act as you white people do, that, after all, what my enemies say is true. I am still what you term a savage, although wearing the clothes of your civilization." "Though a man be a pagan, he may still be a friend," I said. "Yes, I am at least your friend," he said. "My only regret is that your uncle will part us in a few months. Still, in years to come, we shall remember each other, and you will at least have a passing thought for Omar, the guinea pig," he added, laughing. I smiled too, but I noticed that although he endeavoured to appear gay, his happiness was feigned, and there was in his dark eyes a look of unutterable sadness. Our conversation drifted to a local cricket match that was to be played on the morrow, and soon the gloomy thoughts that seemed to possess him were dispelled. It was on the same sunny afternoon, however, that a curious incident occurred which was responsible for altering the steady prosaic course of our lives. The most trifling incidents change the current of a life, and the smallest events are sufficient to alter history altogether. Through the blazing August afternoon we had walked beyond Meads, mounted Beachy Head, passed the lighthouse at Belle Tout, and descended to the beach at a point known as the Seven Sisters. The sky was cloudless, the sea like glass, and during that long walk without shelter from the sun's rays I had been compelled to halt once or twice and mop my face with my handkerchief. Yet without fatigue, without the slightest apparent effort, and still feeling cool, Omar walked on, smiling at the manner in which the unusual heat affected me, saying: "Ah, it is not here. You might grumble at the heat if the sun were as powerful as it is in my country." When we descended to the beach and threw ourselves down under the shadow of the high white cliffs to rest, I saw there was no one about, and suggested a swim. It was against old Trigger's orders, nevertheless the calm, cool water, as it lazily lapped the sand, proved too tempting, and very shortly we had plunged in and were enjoying ourselves. Omar left the water first, and presently I saw, while he was dressing, the figure of a tallish, muscular man, attired in black and wearing a silk hat, approaching him. As I watched, wondering what business the stranger could have with my companion, I saw that when they met, Omar greeted him in native fashion by snapping fingers, as he had often done playfully to me. Whoever he might be, the stranger was unexpected, and judging from the manner in which he had been received, a welcome visitor. I was not near enough to distinguish the features of the newcomer, but remembering that I had been in the water long enough, I struck out for the shore, and presently walked up the beach towards them. Omar had dressed, and was in earnest conversation with a gigantic negro of even darker complexion than Mr. Makhana. Unconscious of my approach, for my feet fell noiselessly upon the sand, he was speaking rapidly in his own language, while the man who had approached him stood listening in meek, submissive attitude. Then for the first time I noticed that my friend held in his hand a grotesquely carved stick that had apparently been presented by the newcomer as his credential, together with a scrap of parchment whereon some curious signs, something like Arabic, were written. While Omar addressed him he bowed low from time to time, murmuring some strange words that I could not catch, but which were evidently intended to assure my friend that he was his humble servant. In spare moments Omar had taught me a good deal of his language. Indeed, such a ready pupil had I been, that frequently when we did not desire the other fellows to understand our conversation, we spoke in his tongue. But of what he was saying to this stranger I could only understand one or two words, and they conveyed to me no meaning. The negro was a veritable giant in stature, showily dressed, with one of those gaudily coloured neckties that delight the heart of Africans, while on his fat brown hand was a large ring of very light coloured metal that looked suspiciously like brass. His boots were new and of enormous size, but as he stood he shifted uneasily from one foot to the other, showing that he was far from comfortable in his civilized habiliments. Without approaching closer I picked up my things and dressed rapidly, then walked forward to join my companion. "Scars," he cried, as soon as I stood before him, "I had quite forgotten you. This is my mother's confidential adviser, Kouaga." Then, turning to the grinning ebon faced giant, he uttered some rapid words in his own language, and told him my name, whereupon he snapped fingers in true native fashion, the negro showing an even set of white teeth as an expression of pleasure passed over his countenance. "We little thought that we were being watched this afternoon," Omar said to me, smiling and throwing himself down upon the sand, an example followed by the negro and myself. "It seems that Kouaga arrived in Eastbourne this morning, but there are strong reasons why none should know that he has seen me. Therefore he followed me here to hold palaver at a spot where we should not be observed." "You have a letter, I see." "Yes," he said slowly, re-reading the strange lines of hieroglyphics. "The news it contains necessitates me leaving for Africa immediately." "For Africa!" I cried dismayed. "Are you going?" "Yes, I must. It is imperative." "Then I shall lose you earlier than I anticipated," I observed with heartfelt sorrow at the prospect of parting with my only chum. "It is true, as you predicted, our lives lie very far apart." The negro lifted his hat from his brow, as if its weight oppressed him, then turning to me said slowly, and with distinctness in his own tongue: "I bring the words of the mighty Naya unto her son. None dare disobey her commands on pain of death. She is a ruler above all rulers. Before her armed men monarchs bow the knee, at her frown nations tremble. In order to bring the palaver she would make with her son, I have journeyed for 3 moons by land and sea to reach him and deliver the royal staff in secret. I have done my duty. It is for Omar to obey. Kouaga has spoken." "Let me briefly explain, Scarsby," my friend interrupted. "Until the present I have been compelled to keep my identity a secret, for truth to tell, there is a plot against our dynasty, and I fear assassination." "Your dynasty!" I cried amazed. "Are your people kings and queens?" "They are," he answered. "I am the last descendant of the great Sanoms of Mo, the powerful rulers who for 1,000 years have held our country against all its enemies, Mohammedan, pagan, or Christian. I am the Prince of Mo." "But where is Mo?" I asked. "I have never heard of it." "I am not surprised," he said. "No stranger has entered it, or ever will, for it is unapproachable and well guarded. One intrepid white man ventured a year ago to ascend to the grass plateau that forms its southern boundary, but he was expelled immediately on pain of death. My country, known to the neighbouring tribes as the land beyond the clouds, lies many weeks' journey from the sea in the vast region within the bend of the great Niger River, north of Upper Guinea, and is coterminous with the states of Gurunsi and Kipirsi on the west, with Yatenga on the northwest, with Jilgati, Arabinda, and Libtako on the north, with Gurma on the east, and with the Nampursi district of Gurunsi on the south." "The names have no meaning for me," I said. "But the fact that you are an actual prince is astounding." With his hands clasped behind his head, he flung himself back upon the sand, laughing heartily. "Well," he said, "I didn't want to parade my royal ancestry, neither do I want to now. I only tell you in confidence, and in order that you shall understand why I am compelled to return. During the past 10 years there have been many dissensions among the people, fostered by the enemies of our country, with a view to depose the reigning dynasty. 3 years ago a dastardly plot was discovered to murder my mother and myself, seize the palace, and massacre its inmates. Fortunately it was frustrated, but my mother deemed it best to send me secretly out of the country, for I am sole heir to the throne, and if the conspirators killed me, our dynasty must end. Therefore Makhana, my mother's secret agent, who purchases our arms and ammunition in England, and conducts all trade we have with civilized countries, brought me hither, and I have since been in hiding." "But Makhana has been bribed by our enemies," exclaimed the big negro, who had been eagerly listening to our conversation, but understanding no word of it save the mention of Makhana's name. Turning to Omar, he added: "Makhana will, if he obtains a chance, kill you. Be warned in time against him. It has been ascertained that he supplied the men of Molodo with 40 cases of rifles, and that he has given his pledge that you shall never return to Africa. Therefore obey the injunction of my royal mistress, the great Naya, and leave with me secretly." "Without seeing Makhana?" asked Omar. "Yes," the black faced man replied. "He must not know, or the plans of the Naya may be thwarted. Our enemies have arranged to strike their blow 3 moons from now, but ere that we shall be back in Mo, and they will find that they go only to their graves. Kouaga has made fetish for the son of his royal mistress, and has come to him bearing the stick." "What does the letter say?" I asked Omar, noticing him reading it again. "It is brief enough, and reads as follows," he said: "Know, O my son Omar, that I send my stick upon thee by our trusty Kouaga. Return unto Mo on the wings of haste, for throne is threatened, and thy presence can avert our overthrow. Tarry not in the country of the white men, but let thy face illuminate the darkness of my life ere I go to the tomb of my ancestors. Naya." I glanced at the scrap of parchment, and saw appended a truly regal seal. "And shall you go?" I asked with sorrow. "Yes, if you will accompany me." "Accompany you!" I cried. "How can I? I have no money to go to Africa. Besides " "Besides what?" he answered smiling. "Kouaga has money sufficient to pay both our passages. Remember, I am Prince of Mo, and this man is my slave. If I command him to take you with me, he will obey. Will you go?" The prospect of adventure in an unknown land was indeed enticing. In a few brief words he recalled my dismal forebodings of the life in an underground office in London, and contrasted it with a free existence in a fertile and abundant land, where I should be the guest, and perhaps an official, of its ruler. He urged me most strongly to go as his companion, and in conclusion said: "Your presence in Mo will be unique, for you will be the first stranger who has ever set foot within its capital." "But your mother may object to me, as she did to the entrance of the white man of whom you just now spoke." "Ah, he came to make trade palaver. You are my friend and confidant," he said. "Then you suggest that we should both leave Eastbourne at once, travel with Kouaga to Liverpool and embark for Africa without returning the triggers or saying a word to anyone? We must. If we announce our intention of going we are certain to be delayed, and as the steamers leave only once a month, delay may be fatal to my mother's plans." As he briefly explained to Kouaga that he had invited me to accompany him, I saw that companion to an African prince would be a much more genial occupation than calculating sums in a gas lit cellar. Therefore, fired by the pleasant picture he placed before me, I resolved to accept his invitation. "Very well, Omar," I said, trying to suppress the excitement that rose within me. "We are friends, and where you go, I will go also." Delighted at my decision, my friend sprang to his feet with a cry of joy, and we all three snapped fingers, after which we each took a handful of dry sand, and by Omar's instructions placed it in one heap upon a rock. Then, having first mumbled something over his amulets, he quickly stirred the heap of sand with his fingers, saying: "As these grains of sand cannot be divided, so cannot the bonds of friendship uniting Omar, Prince of Mo, with Scarsmere and Kouaga be rent asunder. Omar has spoken." Chapter 3 of The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3 Outward Bound. How, trembling lest we should be discovered, we left Eastbourne by train 2 hours later, Kouaga joining the train at Polegate so as to avoid notice, how the Grand Vizier of Mo purchased our travelling necessities in London, how we travelled to Liverpool by the night mail, and how we embarked upon the steamer Gambia, it is unnecessary to relate in detail. Suffice it to say that within 24 hours of meeting the big negro we were safely on board the splendid mail steamer, where everything was spick and span. Kouaga had engaged the cabin for exclusive use, and the captain himself had evidently ascertained that Omar was a person of importance, for in passing us on deck he paused to chat affably, and express a hope that we should find the voyage a pleasant one. "Your coloured servant has told me your destination," he said, addressing Omar. "We can't land you there on account of the surf, but I understand a boat from shore will be on the look out. If it isn't, well, you'll have to go on to Cape Coast Castle." "The boat will be in readiness," Omar said, smiling. "If it isn't, those in charge will pay dearly for it. You know what I mean." The captain laughed, drew his finger across his throat, and nodded. "Yes," he said. "I've heard that in your country life is held cheap. I fancy I'd rather be on my bridge than a resident in the Naya's capital. But I see I'm wanted. Good bye," and he hurried away to shout some order to the men who were busy stowing the last portion of the cargo. As we leaned over the rail watching the bustle on board the steam tender that lay bobbing up and down at our side, we contemplated the consternation of old Trigger when he found us missing. No doubt a hue and cry would be at once raised, but as several persons we knew had seen us walking towards the Belle Tout, it would without a doubt be surmised that we had been drowned while bathing. The only thing we regretted was that we had not left some portion of our clothing on the beach to give verisimilitude to the suggestion. However, we troubled ourselves not one whit about the past. I was glad to escape from the doom of the gas lit cellar, and was looking forward with keen anticipation to a new life in that mystic country, Africa. At last there was shouting from the bridge, the tender cast off, the bell in the engine room gave 4 strokes, the signal for full speed ahead, and ere long we were steaming past that clanging beacon the Bell Buoy, and heading for the open sea. The breeze began to whistle around us, the keen-eyed old pilot tightened his scarf around his throat, and carefully we sped along past the Skerries until we slowed off Holyhead, where he shook hands with the captain, and with a hearty "Good bye" swung himself over the bulwarks into the heavy old boat that had come alongside. Thus was severed the last link that bound us to England. Standing up in his boat he waved us a farewell, while our captain, his hands behind him, took charge of the ship and shouted an order. Ting ting, ting ting sounded the bell below, and a moment later we were moving away into the fast falling night. For a long time we remained on deck with Kouaga watching the distant shore of Wales fade into the banks of mist, while now and then a brilliant light would flash its warning to us and then die out again as suddenly as it had appeared. We had plenty of passengers on board, mostly merchants and their families going out to the coast, one or two government officials, engineers and prospectors, and during the first night all seemed bustle and confusion. Stewards were ordered here and there, loud complaints were heard on every side, threats were made to report trivialities to the captain, and altogether there was plenty to amuse us. Next day, however, when we began to bow gracefully to the heavy swell of the Atlantic, the majority of the grumblers were glad enough to seek the comfort and privacy of their berths, and to remain there, for during the 2 days that followed, the waves ran mountains high, the wind howled, the bulkheads creaked, and the vessel made plunges so unexpectedly that to stand was almost impossible. The great waves seemed to rush upon us as we ploughed our way through them, sometimes burying our bows in foam and at others striking us and lifting us high up, the shock almost causing us to stop. The roar of the tempest seemed deafening, the ship's bell tolled with regularity, but no one appeared in the saloon, and it seemed as if the cook and his galley had little, if anything, to do. "Never mind," I heard one officer say to another, as they lounged outside their cabins off duty. "It'll give 'em their sea legs, and the weather will be all right the other side of the bay." Both laughed. Sailors seem to enjoy the discomforts of passengers. During those 2 days I think we were the only passengers who spent the whole day on deck. Kouaga was a poor sailor, and was in his bunk horribly bad. When we visited him the whites of his eyes seemed perfectly green. This was my first taste of a storm, and I must confess that I did not enjoy it. I was not ill, but experienced a feeling the reverse of comfortable. Through all, however, I congratulated myself that I had actually left England, and was about to commence life in a new land. The officer whose words I had overheard proved a prophet, for after 3 days of bad weather we ran into blue water, calm as a mill pond, the sun shone out warm and bright, as quickly as the spirits of the passengers had fallen, they rose again, and a round of gaiety commenced that continued unbroken until we left the vessel. We touched at Funchal, a pretty town of white villas half hidden by the surrounding greenery, and with others went ashore, but we were not there more than a couple of hours, for soon the blue peter was run to our masthead as signal that the ship was about to sail, and we were compelled to re-embark. Then a gun was fired on board, the crowd of small craft around us that had put out for the purpose of selling the passengers bananas, live birds, etc., sheered off, and very soon we had restarted on our southward voyage. Ere long, having passed the snow-capped peak of Teneriffe, of which we had heard so much at Trigger's, we entered the region of the trade winds, and the steamer, aided by its sails that were now spread, held rapidly on its course rounding Cape Verd. For a day we anchored off Bathurst, then steamed away past the many rocky islands off the coast of Guinea until we touched Freetown, the capital of that unhealthy British colony, Sierra Leone. Anchoring there we discharged some cargo, resuming our voyage in a calm sea and perfect weather, and carefully avoiding the dangerous shoals of St. Anne, we passed within sight of Cherbourg Island, a British possession, and also sighted Cape Mount, which Omar told me was in the independent Republic of Liberia. For several days after this we remained out of sight of land until one afternoon, just about tea time, the captain came up to us saying: "We shall make the mouth of the Lehu River in about 2 hours, so you'd better be prepared to leave. I'll keep a good look out for your boat. Have you had a pleasant voyage?" "Very," we both replied in one voice. "Glad of that," he said, and turning to Omar added: "You'll look after me if ever I get up country as far as Mo, won't you?" "Of course," my friend answered, laughing. "If you come you shall have a right royal welcome. Come at any time. You'll have nothing to fear when once inside the borders of my mother's country." "Ah, well, perhaps I'll come some day, when I retire on my pension, and set up as an African chief, eh?" We all laughed, and he ascended the steps again to the bridge. Kouaga, in the meantime, was busy collecting our things, giving gratuities to the stewards, and otherwise making preparations to leave. For over 2 hours we eagerly watched in the direction of shore, being assisted by a crowd of passengers who had by this time learnt that we were to be taken off. The shore which slowly came into view as our eager eyes scanned the horizon was the Ivory Coast, but the sun sank in a glorious blaze of crimson, and dusk crept on, yet the captain, whose glasses continually swept the sea, could distinguish no boat approaching us. "I'm afraid," he shouted to us from the bridge, "their lookout is not well kept. We'll have to take you along to Cape Coast after all." "Why not fire a gun, captain?" suggested Kouaga, his words being interpreted by Omar. "Very well," he answered, and turning to the officer he gave orders that the signal gun should be fired 3 times at intervals. Presently there was a puff of white smoke, and the first loud report rang out, making the vessel quiver beneath us. We waited, listening, but there was no response. The light quickly faded, night cast her veil of darkness over the sea, but we still stood in for the coast. Again, about 9:30, the gun belched forth a tongue of flame, and the report sounded far over the silent waters. All was excitement on deck, for it was a matter of speculation whether an answering shout or gunshot could be heard above the roar and throbbing of the engines. 10, 11 o'clock passed, and presently the third gun was exploded so suddenly that the ladies were startled. Again we listened, but could hear nothing. Kouaga fumed and cursed the evil spirit for our misfortune, while Omar, finding that we were to be taken to Cape Coast Castle, imparted to me his fear that the fortnight's delay it must necessarily entail would be fatal to his mother's plans. We were hanging over the taffrail together, gazing moodily into the darkness, having given up all hope of getting ashore at the Lehu River, when suddenly, about half a mile from us, we saw a flash, and the report of a rifle reached us quite distinctly, followed by distant shouting. "There they are!" cried Omar excitedly. "They've hailed us at last." But ere the words had fallen from his lips, we heard the bell in the engine room ringing, and next second the steam was shut off, and we gradually hove to. Kouaga was at our side almost immediately, and we found ourselves surrounded by passengers taking leave of us. Our boxes were brought up by a couple of sailors, and after about a quarter of an hour's wait, during which time the vessel rose and fell with the swell, the craft that had hailed us loomed up slowly in the darkness, amid the excited jabber of her demoniac looking crew. She was a large native vessel, brig rigged, and as dirty and forbidding looking a craft as you could well see anywhere. Kouaga hailed one of the black half-caste men on board, receiving a cheery answer, and presently, having taken leave of the captain and those around us, we climbed over the bulwarks and sprang upon the deck of the mysterious ship. As Omar alighted, the whole crew made obeisance to him, afterwards crowding around me, examining me by the lurid light of the torches they had ignited. Very quickly, however, several boxes belonging to Kouaga were lowered, the moorings were cast off, and slowly the great mail steamer with its long line of brilliantly lit ports looking picturesque in the night, moved onward. "Good bye!" shouted a voice from the steamer. "Good bye!" I responded, and as the steamer's bell again rang out "full speed ahead," I knew that the last tie that bound us to European civilization was severed. Chapter 4 of The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4 A Strange Promise. By the light of the flambeau the sleek, black, oily looking natives managed their clumsy craft, which, dipping suddenly now and then, shipped great seas, compelling us to hang on for life. The sails creaked and groaned as they bent to the wind, speeding on in the darkness towards the mainland of Africa. To be transferred to such a ship, which I more than suspected was a slaver, was a complete change after the clean, well ordered Liverpool liner, and I must confess that, had we not been in charge of Kouaga, I should have feared to trust myself among the shouting cut-throat crew of grinning blacks. Clinging to a rope I stood watching the strange scene, rendered more weird by the flickering, uncertain light of the torches falling upon the swarm of natives who manned the craft. "Are these your mother's people?" I inquired of Omar. "Some are. I recognized several as our slaves, the remainder are Sanwi, or natives of the coast. Our slaves, I suppose, have been sent down to be our carriers. Judging from the manner in which they crawl about this is, I should think, their first experience of the sea," I said. "No doubt. Over 1,000 English miles of desert and almost impenetrable bush separates the sea from our kingdom, therefore few, very few, of our people have seen it." "They'll go back with some wonderful tales, I suppose." "Yes, they will, on their return, be considered heroes of travel, and their friends will hold feasts in their honour." As he finished speaking, however, our cumbrous craft seemed suddenly to be lifted high out of the water, and amid the unearthly yells of the whole crew we were swept through a belt of foaming surf, until in a few moments our keel slid upon the sand. I prepared to leap down upon the beach, but in a second half a dozen willing pairs of arms were ready to assist me, and I alighted in the midst of a swarm of half clad, jabbering natives. One of them, elbowing his way towards me, asked in broken English, "Massa have good voyage, ah?" Whereupon the others laughed heartily at hearing one of their number speak the language of the white men. But Kouaga approached uttering angry words, and from that moment the same respect was paid to me as to Omar. We found there was a small village where we landed, otherwise the coast was wild and desolate. In an uncleanly little hut, to which we were taken when our boxes were landed and the excitement had subsided, we were regaled with various African delicacies, which at first I did not find palatable, but which Omar devoured with a relish, declaring that he had not enjoyed a meal so much since he had left the coast for England. But I did not care for yams, and the stewed monkey looked suspiciously like a cooked human specimen. My geographical knowledge was not so extensive as it might have been, and I was not certain whether these natives were not cannibals. Therefore I only made a pretence of eating, and sat silently contemplating the strange scene as we all sat upon the floor and took up our food with our fingers. When we had concluded the feast, a native woman served Omar with some palm wine, which, however, he did not drink, but poured it upon the ground as an offering to the fetish for his safe return, and then we threw ourselves upon the skins stretched out for us, and slept till dawn. At sunrise I got up and went out. The place was, I discovered, even more desolate than I had imagined. Nothing met the eye in every direction but vast plains of interminable sand, with hillocks here and there also of sand. No trees were to be seen, not even a shrub. All was arid, dry and parched up with heat. The village was merely an assemblage of a dozen miserable mud huts, and so great was the monotony of the scene that the eyes rested with positive pleasure on the dirty yellow coloured craft in which we had landed during the night. It had apparently once been whitewashed, but had gradually assumed that tawny hue that always characterises the African wilderness. Again Omar and I were surrounded by the crowd of fierce looking barbarians, but the 20 stalwart carriers sent down from Mo, apparently considering themselves a superior race to these coast dwellers, ordered them away from our vicinity, at the same time preparing to start for the interior. Under the direction of Kouaga, who had already abandoned his European attire, and now wore an Arab haick and white burnoose, the gang of chattering men soon got their loads of food and merchandise together, for the Grand Vizier had apparently been purchasing a quantity of guns and ammunition in England. Hammocks were provided for all 3 of us if we required them, and after a good meal we at length set out, turning our backs upon the sea. After descending the crest of a sandhill we found ourselves fairly in the desert. As far as we could see away to the limitless horizon was sand, arid, patched red brown sand without a vestige of herbage. The wind that was blowing carried grains of it, which filled one's mouth and tasted hot and gritty. Again impalpable atoms of sand were blown into the corners of one's eyes, and, besides, this injury inflicted on the organ of vision was calculated by no means to improve one's temper. However, Omar told me that a beautiful and fruitful land lay beyond, therefore we made light of these discomforts, and after a march of 3 days, during which time we were baked by day by the merciless sun, and chilled at night by the heavy dews, we at last came to the edge of the waterless wilderness, and remained for some hours to rest. My first glance of the dark continent was not a rosy one. As a well known writer has already pointed out, life with a band of native carriers might for a few days be a diverting experience if the climate were good, and if there was no immediate necessity for hurry. But as things were, it proved a powerful exercise, especially when we commenced to traverse the almost impenetrable bush by the native path, so narrow that two men could not walk abreast. Across a great dismal swamp where high trees and rank vegetation grew in wondrous profusion, we wended our way, day by day, amid the thick white mist that seemed to continually envelop us. But it required a little more than persuasion to make our carriers travel as quickly as Kouaga liked. At early dawn, while the hush of night yet hung above the forest, our guide would rise, stretch his giant limbs, and kick up a sleeping trumpeter. Then the tall, dark forest would echo with the boom of an elephant tusk horn, whose sound was all the more weird since it came from between human jaws with which the instrument was decorated. The crowd of blacks got up readily enough, but it was merely in order to light their fires and to settle down to eat plantains. At length the horn would sound again, but produce no result. The whole company still squatted, eating and jabbering away, indifferent to every other sound. The headman would be called for by Kouaga. "Why are your men not ready? Know you not that the son of the great Naya is with us?" With a deprecatory smile the headman would make some excuse. He had hurt his foot, or had rheumatism, and therefore he, and consequently his men, would be compelled to rest that day. He would then be warned that if not ready to march in 5 minutes, he would be carried captive into Mo for the Great White Queen herself to deal with. In 5 minutes he would return to Kouaga, saying that if the Grand Vizier would only give the men a little more salt with their chop food that evening, they would march. Kouaga would then become furious, soundly rating everybody, and declare that the Naya herself should deal with the whole lot as mutineers. Whereupon, seeing all excuses for further halt unavailing, loads would be taken up, and within a few moments the whole string of half clad natives would go laughing and singing on the forward path. The first belt of forest passed, we entered a vast level land covered with scrub, which Omar informed me was the border of the Debendu territory. Proceeding down a wide valley we came at length to the first inhabited region. Every 3 or 4 miles we passed through a native village, usually a single street of 30 or 40 houses. Each house consisted, as a rule, of 3 or 4 small sheds facing inwards and forming a tiny courtyard. The huts were on built-up platforms with hard walls of mud, and roofs thatched with palm leaves, while the front steps were faced with a kind of red cement. In the middle of each centre of habitation we found a tree with seats around it, formed of untrimmed logs, on which the elders and headmen of the village would sit, smoke, and gravely discuss events. As we left each village to plunge boldly onward through the bush, we would pass the village fetish ground, well defined by the decaying bodies of lizards and birds, a grinning human skull or two, broken pots and pieces of rag fluttering in the wind, all offered as propitiation to the presiding demon of the place, while away in the bush behind the houses we saw the giant leaves of the plantain groves that yielded the staple food of this primitive people. Deeper and deeper we proceeded until we came into regular forest scenery, where day after day we pushed our way through solemn shady aisles of forest giants, where upper parts gleamed far above the dense undergrowth in white pillars against the grey blue sky. Sometimes we strode down a picturesque sunny glade, and at others struggled through deep, dark crypts of massive bamboo clumps. Here the noisome smell of decaying vegetation nauseated us, for the air in those forest depths is deadly. Beautiful scarlet wax flowers would gleam high among the dark green foliage of the giant cotton tree, whose stem would be covered with orchids and ferns and dense wreaths of creeper, while many other beautiful blossoms flourished and faded unseen. In that dark, dismal place there was an absence of animal life. Sometimes, however, by day we would hear the tuneful wail of the finger-glass bird, or an occasional robin would chirrup, while at night great frogs croaked gloomily and the sloth would shriek at our approach. It was truly a toilsome, dispiriting march, as in single file we pushed our way forward into the interior, and I confess I soon began to tire of the monotony of the terrible gloom. But to all my questions Omar would reply: "Patience. In Africa we have violent contrasts always. To day we are toiling onward through a region of eternal night, but when we have traversed the barrier that shuts out our country from the influence of yours, then you shall see. What you shall witness will amaze you." Chapter 5 of The Great White Queen by William le Queux. Chapter 5 The Giant's Finger. For quite 3 weeks we pushed forward through the interminable forest, until one day we came to a small village beyond which lay a great broad river glistening in the noonday sun. It was the mighty Comoe. We had entered the kingdom of Anno. In the village I saw traces of human sacrifices, and Omar, in reply to a question, told me that although these happy looking natives were very skilful weavers and dyers who did a brisk trade in feu, a bark cloth of excellent quality, which I found afterwards they manufactured from the bark of a tree apparently of the same species as the much talked of roko of Uganda, they nevertheless, at the death of a chief, sacrificed some of his slaves to water the graves, while the memory of the departed was also honoured with gross orgies, which lasted till everything edible and drinkable in the village was consumed. We only remained there a few hours, then embarked in 3 large canoes that were moored to the bank awaiting us. The chief of the village came to pay his respects to Omar, as the son of a ruling monarch, and presented us with food according to the usual custom. Soon, amid the shouts of the excited villagers who had all come down to see us start, our canoes were pushed off, and the carriers, glad to be relieved of their packs, took the paddles, and away we went gaily up the centre of the winding river. Emerging as suddenly as we had from the gloomy forest depths where no warmth penetrated, into the blazing tropical sun was a sudden change that almost overcame me, for as we rode along without shelter the rays beat down upon us mercilessly. The banks were for the most part low, although it was impossible to say what height they were because of the lofty hedges of creeping plants which covered every inch of ground from the water's edge to as high as 50 feet above in some places, while behind them towered the black green forest with here and there bunches of brilliant flowers or glimpses of countless grey trunks. Sometimes these trees, pressing right up to the edge of the warm sluggish water, grew horizontally to the length of 50 feet over the river. Creepers, vines, whip-like calamus, twisting lianes, and great serpent-like convolvuli grew in profusion over everything, while the eye caught glimpses everywhere of gorgeous clouds of insects, gaily plumaged birds, paroquets, and monkeys swinging in their shaded bowers. Basking on the banks were crocodiles and hippopotami, while the river itself swarmed with fish and water snakes. And over all rose the mist caused by heat and moisture, the death-dealing miasma of that tropic world. But all were in good spirits, for rowing was more pleasurable than tramping in that dismal, monotonous, primeval forest that rose on either side, therefore against the broad, slowly flowing waters our carriers bent to their paddles, grinning and joking the while. Throughout that day Kouaga sat near us, smoking and thinking. Perhaps the responsibilities of state weighed heavily upon him, perhaps he was contemplating with trepidation the passage that would be necessary through a country held by the enemies of Mo. At all events he was morose and taciturn, his dark face bearing a strange, stern look such as I had never before noticed. During the weeks I had been travelling up country I had embraced every opportunity of improving my knowledge of the curious language spoken by Omar and his mother's subjects, until I found I could understand a large portion of a conversation, and could even give directions to our carriers in their own tongue. Omar was in high spirits, eager, it seemed, to return to his own people.
He took a gun and some ammunition from one of the cases that Kouaga had conveyed from England, and gave us an exhibition of his skill with the rifle. He was a dead shot. I had no idea he could aim so true. As we sped past in our canoe, he would raise his weapon from time to time and pick off a bird upon the wing, or fire directly into the eye of some basking animal, causing it to utter a roar, lash its tail, and disappear to die. He seldom missed, and the accuracy of his aim elicited from the sable rowers low grunts of admiration. A lazy and enjoyable week we thus spent in the ascent of the Comoe, mostly through forest scenery or undulating grasslands. By day our rowers bent with rhythmic music to their paddles, and at evening we would disembark, cook our food, and afterwards with Kouaga and my friend I would sleep in our canoe upon the heap of leopard skins that formed our couches. Here we were free from the pest of the myriad insects we had encountered in the forest, and at night, under the brilliant moon, the noble river and giant trees presented a fine picture of solitary grandeur. Onward we pressed through the flourishing country of the Jimini, where we saw many prosperous villages of large roomy houses of rectangular form and reed thatched, wide tracts under cultivation with well kept crops of cotton and rice. Everywhere we passed without opposition, and with expressions of good will from the natives. One evening, when the blood red sun had sunk low in the water behind us, we suddenly rounded a sharp bend of the river, and there burst upon us, rising on our right high into the clouds, the great snow capped crest of Mount Kimono. Near its base it was hidden by a bank of cloud, but above all was clear and bright, so that the summit had the appearance of being suspended in mid air. "The giant's finger at last!" cried Omar, jumping up excitedly and pointing at the mountain. We leave the river a little higher up, and push again across the bush a 12 days' journey until we come to the Volta, which will take us forward to the boundary of Mo. "The Volta!" I cried, remembering the incident at school when he had answered correctly the master's question as to the estuary of that river, and had been dubbed the Guinea Pig. "Why could we not have ascended it from the sea?" "Because we should by doing so pass nearly the whole distance through the country of Prempeh of Ashanti, one of our bitter foes. The Adu, the Anno, and the Jimini kings have long ago made blood brotherhood with our chiefs, therefore we are enabled to pass in peace by this route alone." Before darkness fell we disembarked at a small village on the left bank, the name of which I learnt was Tomboura, and after our evening meal we were given a hut in which to spend the night. Soon after dawn, however, we heard Kouaga astir, giving rapid orders to the carriers, and when we went out to go down to the canoes they were nowhere to be seen. We noticed, however, that the carriers were preparing their loads which they had no doubt landed during the night, and Omar, advancing towards the Grand Vizier, asked: "Why do we not ascend the river further? We must cross to the other side if we would join the Great Salt Road." "Dangers lurk there, O my master," the negro answered, hitching his burnouse about his shoulders. "We must travel by a circuitous route." "Did not my mother command me to speed on to her?" Omar asked, puzzled. "Is it not necessary that we should travel by the shortest path?" "The safest is the shortest," Kouaga answered with a frown. "But by following this bank we are turning our backs upon Mo. See!" and he produced from his pocket an instrument which I did not know he possessed, a cheap mariner's compass. "Bah!" cried Kouaga in anger, after he had looked at it a long time. "That clock of the white man has an evil spirit within. See, its trembling finger points always in the direction of the great evil. It is bewitched. Cast it away. Kouaga has already made fetish for this journey." "But why should we travel in an entirely opposite direction to Mo?" I argued, seeing that a crowd of grinning, impish looking carriers had gathered around us, enjoying our controversy. "For 80 years Kouaga has lived in the forest and on the plains," he answered, turning to me. "He knows the direction of Mo." "Oh, let him have his own way," Omar cried at last, finding persuasion of no avail. Then turning to the Grand Vizier, he said in a firm note: "Listen, Kouaga. If by your obstinacy we are delayed one single day, I shall inform my mother of that fact, and you will assuredly lose your office, and most likely your head also. Therefore act as you think fit. Omar, Prince of Mo, has spoken. Kouaga bore the staff of the Great White Queen unto thee. He is the trusted of the Naya, if not of her son," the negro answered, turning away. But in that brief instant I noticed an expression on his face of relentless cruelty, an expression such as one might expect to see upon the face of a murderer. Truth to tell, I had never liked Kouaga, now I instinctively hated him. But ere he had strode a dozen paces he turned back smiling, saying: "I mean no defiance to the son of my queen. He is in my charge, and I will take him safely back unto Mo, the city with walls unbreakable, the capital of the kingdom unconquerable." "I shall act as I have decided," Omar answered with true princely hauteur. "The rulers of Mo never depart from their word." "Very well," the other answered, laughing, at the same time lighting his pipe with cool indifference. Then, glancing round to see that all was ready, he shouted an order to the headman, and the string of carriers moved away, jabbering and shouting, down the path into the dark, gloomy forest depths. In ill humour we followed. I must confess that towards Kouaga I entertained an ill-defined feeling of distrust. Once or twice during that day's march in the dull dispiriting gloom, almost every ray of daylight being shut out by the thick canopy of creepers spreading from tree to tree, I had caught Omar surreptitiously consulting his pocket compass, and saw upon his face a look of anxiety. Yet, on the other hand, Kouaga had become particularly jocular, and the carriers were now singing snatches of songs, joking and laughing good humouredly at each other's misfortunes, whereas on our journey from the coast to the river they had generally preserved a sullen silence. No, try how I would, I could not rid myself of the thought that there was something very mysterious in Kouaga's actions. Chapter 6. Of the Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The Royal Jujus. On the 5th day after we had left our canoes the Grand Vizier of Mo had gone far forward along the line of carriers to speak with the head man, and Omar was walking immediately before me at the rear of the procession. As I pulled him by the sleeve he halted, and when the last carrier had got out of hearing, I confided to my friend my misgivings. "Have you noticed of late a change in Kouaga's manner toward us?" I asked him. "At first he was deferential and submissive to your every wish, but it occurs to me that of late his manner is overbearing, and he watches us closely, as if fearing we might escape." "Curiously enough," my friend replied, "I have for some days past had similar thoughts. If he's playing any double game his life won't be worth a moment's purchase when once we enter our own land." "But you had perfect confidence in him," I observed. "Yes. If my mother trusts him as her chief adviser, I have no right to entertain any suspicion of his fidelity," he said. "True. But after all, you are the prince and heir. Surely he ought to have followed your desire as to the route we should take." "The route!" he cried. "Since we left the river we have travelled in these cross paths in such an amazing manner that at present I have no idea where we are." "The carriers have, or they would not be in such high spirits," I observed. "Yes, but the strangest part of the affair is that every man among them fears to tell us anything. I have secretly questioned most of them as to Kouaga's motive, and all I can glean is that the fetish men at Tomboura gathered them together, and after performing some of the usual rites and sacrificing to our crocodile god Zomara, told them if a word were spoken to us regarding our route or destination, the dread god will meet us in the forest path and devour all of us. Not one shall survive." "And you believe this pagan humbug?" I exclaimed in disgust. He opened his dark eyes wide, regarding me in astonishment. I had never before ridiculed his religion. "The jujus around my neck preserve me from every evil, except those worked by Zomara. He is the great god whose power only the fetish man can withstand. Slaves, princes, kings,
all sacrifice to him. If we offend him, death or torture is inevitably our punishment." "Do you think you've offended him?" I inquired. "I know not," he sighed with a serious look. "If I have, then nothing can save me. The fetish man of Tomboura has worked evil against me." "Well," I said, "this is my first experience of Africa, but it strikes me very forcibly that these fetish men of yours will do anything they are paid to do. What was there to prevent Kouaga paying that hideous old demon at Tomboura to utter his horrible incantations, and so frighten our carriers into silence?" "Zomara is a terrible god. None dare tamper with him, or utter his name in vain threats," Omar answered. "Well, whoever he is, I still stick to my opinion," I said. "Depend upon it, Kouaga is at the bottom of this conspiracy of silence." Just at that moment the black face of that worthy, rendered darker by the snow white hake that surrounded it, appeared among the tangled bamboos. He had missed us, and had come back to search. Yes, my surmise seemed correct. He was watching us closely, and trying to understand our conversation. That evening when we halted, and the natives went into the bush to collect fuel for the fire, I managed to take one or two of them aside, and secretly inquire our destination. But I got the same answer always. "Zomara has tied our tongues. He commands us to be mute, or we shall be destroyed to the last one." To endeavour to learn anything from these simple minded blacks seemed useless. They would speak freely on every subject, indeed they seemed fond of talking with one whose face was white, yet regarding our journey they obeyed the command of the fetish man to the very letter. It is the same everywhere in the West and Central Africa. The fetish man rules. What he says is more law than the word of kings. If he declares a man or woman bewitched, that person will assuredly be murdered before the sun sets. If he orders the people of the village to perform a certain action, they will do it, even if death stares them in the face. They blindly believe that the fetish is all powerful, and that the half naked dancing savages who administer it are endowed with supernatural powers. That night, feeling tired out, I threw myself down early near the camp fire and slept soundly for several hours. But at length some unusual sound awoke me, and when I opened my eyes I saw that the fire had died down to one single flickering ember, which still blazing cast a fitful light upon the boles of the forest giants around. Scarcely had I opened my eyes when I became conscious of low whispering in my vicinity. This thoroughly aroused me, and without stirring my body I slowly turned my head, when to my astonishment I beheld Kouaga standing erect with arms folded beneath his white burnouse, talking in an undertone to a dark bearded stranger who also wore flowing Arab garments and bore in his hand a long barrelled flint-lock gun with quaintly inlaid stock. The man seemed older than the Grand Vizier of Mo, for his beard was tinged with grey, and the brown hand that held the gun was lean and bony. I strained my ears to catch the drift of their earnest conversation, but could not. It was tantalizing that they spoke in so low a tone, for the stranger seemed to mumble into his beard, while Kouaga whispered with his mouth turned from me. The presence of a stranger in our camp was, to say the least, strange, for through those gloomy forest glades no single traveller could journey. Omar had told me that for a person to attempt to traverse that region alone would be merely suicide. My friend was sleeping soundly at some distance from me, therefore I could not awaken him without attracting attention. If only he would open his eyes, I thought, he might recognize the newcomer, either as friend or foe. But no, he slept on as peacefully as if he were still in the cosy dormitory at old Trigger's, with its blue and white counterpanes and windows commanding a wide sweep of distant sea. While I lay gazing upon my friend and hoping that he might open his eyes, I suddenly heard the stranger raise his voice louder than before. It was only for an instant, but in that moment upon my ear there fell three words the English equivalents of which I understood. They were "Seek the treasure." But I could distinguish nothing more, and in a few moments the two men hurriedly snapped fingers, and the mysterious stranger disappeared noiselessly into the dark silent bush. When the loud blast from the ivory horn, with its hideous ornamentation of human teeth, proclaimed the advent of another day, I took Omar aside and told him of what I had witnessed and overheard. After I had described the stranger, he said: "I know not who he may be. It is evident, however, we are travelling in the opposite direction to Mo, therefore we will go no further. I will command Kouaga to return to Tomboura, cross the river, and press forward over the hills of Dabagakha to the Black Volta. And if he refuses, then we will go alone." An hour later, when we had eaten our plantains and the usual babble was proceeding which was always precursory of a start being made, my companion strode up to Kouaga with a look of fierce determination upon his face, saying: "Give ear to my words. I am Omar, son of the Naya, the Great White Queen, before whose wrath all nations tremble." "Speak, I listen," answered the giant negro, with a look of surprise upon his ugly countenance. "I will go no further along this path. You, the head man and the carriers, shall return with me to the bank of the Comoe, otherwise my mother shall punish you for disobeying my orders. All who dare go forward from this moment shall be sacrificed at the yam feast, and the dogs shall eat their entrails. These are my words." "Then whither would you go from Tomboura?" asked Kouaga, apparently astonished at Omar's sudden decision. "I will only approach Mo by the Great Salt Road." "It is impossible. There is fighting in the hills, for the Karaburo and the Dagari are at war." "And what matters, pray, since they are both our allies?" Omar asked. For a moment the negro was nonplussed, but with a broad grin showing his even row of teeth, he said: "The bird goes not into the serpent's lair, neither does the son of the queen enter the country of her enemies." "I have already given tongue to my decision," my friend replied. "Advance, and each of your heads shall fall beneath the keen doka of Gankoma the executioner." Kouaga, hearing these words, set his teeth fiercely, and glaring at us with his fiery eyes, the whites of which were bloodshot, retorted: "Recede, and we will carry you forward, bound as a slave." "This is a threat!" cried Omar, drawing himself up to his full height and stretching forth his arm. "You, whom my mother raised from a palace slave, thus threaten me! Let it be thus, but I warn you that if you ever set foot across the borders of Mo, your head shall be set upon the palace wall as a warning to disobedient slaves." Then, turning to me, and waving back the crowd of carriers who had collected and stood open mouthed around us, he said: "Come, Scars, we will return. I have thrice traversed the path from Tomboura to the Great Salt Road, and can follow it without a guide." Then, calling down the curse of Zomara the Dreaded upon them all, he turned on his heel and walked down the narrow path we had traversed on the previous night, while, with a final glance of triumph at the irate negro, I followed. Scarcely had we gone 50 yards, however, before a dozen carriers, acting upon orders from Kouaga, had rushed after us, seized us, and dragged us back to him despite our desperate struggles. "So you defy me!" the negro called in a paroxysm of rage, as Omar was brought up. "This is because I was fool enough to allow your white faced friend to accompany you. Our country is no place for whites, but he will make a good sacrifice to Zomara when our journey is ended. You have both refused to accompany us, therefore we must use force." Then, turning to the half naked savages who held us, he said: "Bind them and tie them in their hammocks. Let not their bonds be loosened until our march be ended, for both are my prisoners." And he laughed triumphantly at our discomfiture. "You shall pay for this insult with your life," Omar cried angrily. "Take off his European clothes, and let his string of royal jujus be burned. Henceforth he is a slave, as also is his white companion." Next moment 20 ready hands tore from Omar most of his well worn clothes, and although he fought with all the strength of which he was capable, his necklet of jujus, the magical charms that protected the queen's son from every evil, was ruthlessly spat upon and destroyed by the excited natives, together with his clothes. Then, after each of us had been tied in a hammock with our hands behind our backs, we were lifted by 4 stalwart bearers and carried forward at a brisk pace towards an unknown bourne. It was evident that we were not going to Mo, and it was equally evident, too, that Kouaga, whom we had trusted implicitly,
was our bitter enemy. Chapter 7 of the Great White Queen by William le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7 Samory's Stronghold. Through dense dark forests and over great open grasslands, passing several villages, we were carried forward many days, still bound and never allowed to have our hands free except during our meals. The face of Kouaga grew more brutal and fierce as we proceeded, and he urged on the carriers until we found ourselves travelling at a pace that for African natives was amazing. Omar spoke little. He was always preoccupied and thoughtful. He had told me that he now regretted having brought me with him from England, but I assured him that our misfortunes were not of our own seeking, and urged him to be of good cheer. Truth to tell, my heart was full of dark forebodings. I saw in the ugly countenance of Kouaga expressions of deadly hatred, and I knew that they were of ill portent. Yet to escape in that deadly bush, extending for hundreds and hundreds of miles, dark, monotonous and impenetrable, meant certain death, even if we eluded the watchful vigilance of this muscular negro. One day, when passing through a forest village, a half naked savage rushed towards us brandishing his spear and uttering a loud yell, but whether expressive of hatred or joy I knew not. Suddenly, as he approached the hammock in which Omar was lying, my friend addressed him in some tongue that was strange to me, but to which the native answered readily. "As I thought, Scars," Omar shouted to me in English a moment later. "We have travelled away from Mo, crossed Teba's territory, and have now entered the country of the great Mohammedan chief Samory, my nation's bitterest enemy. It was he who seized my father by a ruse, and sent his head back to my mother as a hideous souvenir." "But what object has Kouaga in bringing us here?" I asked. "I cannot imagine," he answered, "unless he travelled to England for the sole purpose of delivering me into the hands of our enemies. 3 times within the last 5 years has Samory attempted to invade our country, but each time has been repulsed with a loss that has partially paralysed his power. All along the right bank of the upper Niger his bands of hirelings and mercenaries, whom we call Sofas, are constantly raiding for slaves. Indeed, Samory's troops are the fiercest and most merciless in this country. They are the riff-raff of the West Soudan, and are a terror to friend and foe, a bar to the peaceful settlement of all lands within the range of their devastating expeditions." "Do they make raids towards your country?" I inquired, for I had heard long ago of this notorious slave dealing chief. "Yes, constantly. They are pitiless marauders who lay waste whole kingdoms and transform populous districts into gloomy solitudes. While on my way from Mo to England we passed through Sati, a large market town at the convergence of several caravan routes, which was only 3 months before a prosperous and wealthy place situated 50 miles south of our border. We found everything had been raided by the Sofas, who had sacked, burned, or destroyed when they were able to take away. Heaps of cinders marked the sites of former homesteads, the ground was strewn with potsherds, rice and other grain trodden underfoot, while our horses moved forward knee deep in ashes. The whole land, lately very rich, prosperous and thickly peopled, was a melancholy picture of utter desolation." "Do you think we have actually fallen into Samory's hands?" I asked. "I fear so. But is not Kouaga Grand Vizier of Mo? Surely he would not dare to take us through the enemy's land," I said. "Do you not remember that when he met us at Eastbourne he forbade us to inform Makhana of our intended departure?" he answered. "He had some object in securing our silence and getting us away from England secretly. It now appears more than probable that my mother has dismissed and banished him, and he has gone over to our enemy, Samory, who desires to seize our country." "In that case our position is indeed serious," I observed. "We must do something to escape." "No," he said, "we cannot escape. Let's put on a bold front, and if we find ourselves prisoners of the slave raiding chief, I, at least, will show him that I am heir to the Emerald Throne of Mo." As each day dawned we still held upon our way,
until at length, under a broiling noonday sun, we crossed a wide stretch of fertile grass land where cattle were grazing, and there rose high before us the white fortified walls of a large town of flat roofed, Moorish looking houses. It was, we afterwards learnt, called Koussan, one of Samory's principal strongholds. As we approached the open gate, flanking on either side by watch towers and guarded by soldiers wearing Arab fezes and loose white garments, a great rabble came forth to meet us. We heard the din of tom-toms beaten within the city, joyous shouts, and loud ear-piercing blasts upon those great horns formed out of elephant tusks. Thus in triumph, amid the howls and execrations of the mob, Omar, son of Sanom, and myself were marched onward through the gate and up a steep, narrow, winding street, where the solidly built houses were set close together to obtain the shade, to the market-place. Here, amid the promiscuous firing of long flint-lock guns and quaint ancient pistols such as one sees in curiosity shops at home, a further demonstration was held, our carriers themselves infected by the popular enthusiasm, seeming also to lose their senses. They heaped upon Omar every indignity, scoffed and spat at him, while my own pale face arousing the ire of the fanatical Mohammedan populace, they denounced me as an infidel, accursed of Allah, and urged my captors to kill me and give my flesh to the dogs. Truly we were in a pitiable plight. I looked at Omar, but heedless of all their threats and jeers, he walked with princely gait. His hands were tied behind his back, his head erect, and his eyes flashed with scorn upon those who sought his death. Presently, turning sharply to the left, we found ourselves in another square which we crossed, entering a great gateway guarded by soldiers, and as soon as we were inside the heavy iron-studded doors closed with an ominous clang. I glanced round at the thick impregnable walls and knew that we were in the Kasbah, or citadel. Gaily dressed soldiers were leaning or squatting everywhere as we crossed the several courtyards, one after the other, until, by the direction of one of the officials who had joined us on entering, we were led through a low arched door, and thence a dozen soldiers who had come forward hurried us down a flight of dark, damp steps into a foul, noisome chamber below. Struggles and protestations were useless. We were pushed forward into a narrow cell lit only by a tiny crack in the paving of the court above, and the door quickly bolted upon us. "Well, this is certainly a dire misfortune," I said, when we had both walked round inspecting the black dank walls of our prison. "I wonder what fate is in store for us. Though they destroyed my jujus, they cannot invoke the curses of Zomara upon me," he said. "The Crocodile god will not hear any enemies of the Naya." "But have you no idea whatever of the motive Kouaga has had in bringing you hither?" I asked. "Not the slightest," he answered, seating himself at last on the stone bench to rest. "It is evident, however, that he is a traitor in the pay of Samory. On each occasion when the Moslem chief endeavoured to conquer our country, it was Kouaga who assumed the generalship of our troops. It was Kouaga who fought valiantly for his queen with his own keen sword. It was Kouaga who drove back the enemy and urged our host to slaughter them without mercy. And it was Kouaga who, with fiendish hatred, put the prisoners to the torture. In him my mother had a most trusted servant." "He doesn't seem very trustworthy now," I observed. "It seems to me we are caught like rats in a trap." "True," he said, "we are beset by dangers, but may the blessings of their Allah turn to curses upon their heads. It may be that our ignominious situation will not satisfy the malice that Samory has conceived against me, but if a single hair of the head of either of us is injured, Zomara, the Crocodile god, will punish those who seek our discomfiture." It occurred to me that it was all very well to speak in this strain, but as no man is a prince except in his own country, it seemed idle to expect mercy or pity. Omar was in prison for some unknown offence, and I was held captive with a well remembered threat from Kouaga that my life should be sacrificed. For 6 hours we remained without food, but when the light above had quite faded, 3 soldiers with clanging swords unbarred the door and pushed through some water in an earthen vessel, and some fufu, a kind of dumpling made of mashed African potato. During the night, disturbed by vermin of all sorts, including some horrible little snakes, we slept little, and at dawn we were again visited by our captors. The next day and the next passed uneventfully. For exercise we paced our cell times without number, and when tired would seat ourselves on the rough stone bench and calmly discuss the situation. The Naya, the mysterious Great White Queen, had ordered Omar to return with all haste, yet already 2 moons had run their course since we had landed in Africa. This troubled my companion even more than the fact of being betrayed into the hands of his enemies. The tiny streak of light that showed high above our heads grew brighter towards noon, then slowly began to decline. Before the shadows had lengthened in the court above, however, the sound of our door being unbarred aroused us from our lethargy, and a moment later 3 soldiers entered and told us to prepare to go before the great ruler Samory. Omar, attired only in a small garment of bark cloth, took no heed of his toilet. Therefore we at once announced our readiness to leave the loathsome place with its myriad creeping things, and it was with a feeling of intense relief that a few minutes later we ascended to the blessed light of day. Marched between a small posse of soldiers, we crossed the court to a larger and more handsome square, decorated in Arab style with horseshoe arches and wide colonnades, until at the further end a great curtain of crimson velvet was drawn aside, and we found ourselves in a spacious hall, wherein many gorgeously attired persons had assembled, and in the centre of which was erected a great canopy of amaranth-coloured silk supported by pillars of gold surmounted by the crescent. Beneath, reclining on a divan, slowly fanned by a dozen gaudily attired negroes, was a dark-faced, full-bearded man of middle age, whose black eyes regarded us keenly as we entered. He was dressed in a robe of bright yellow silk, and in his turban there glittered a single diamond that sparkled and gleamed with 1,000 iridescent rays. His fat brown hand was loaded with rings, and jewels glittered everywhere upon his belt, his sword, and his slippers of bright green. It was the notorious and dreaded chieftain Samory. End of chapter 7. Recorded by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 8 of The Great White Queen by William le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 8. The Secret of the Queen. As we were led forward to the space in front of the divan, all eyes were directed towards us. The glitter and pomp of the merciless slave raiders' court was dazzling. Before their ruler all men salaamed. His officers surrounding him watched every movement of his face, and the 80 slaves behind him stood mute and motionless, ready to do his bidding at any instant. When our feet touched the great carpet spread before him, and we halted, he raised himself to a sitting posture, fixing his dark gleaming eyes upon us. At sight of Omar a sudden frown of displeasure crossed his features, but an instant later a grim smile of triumph lit his sinister face. Apparently he was waiting for us to bow before him, but Omar had forbidden me to do so. "And who, pray, art thou, that thou deignest not to bend the knee before me?" he cried, in anger that his people should witness a slur thus cast upon his power. "I am Omar, son of Naya of Mo," my companion answered, folding his arms resolutely, and regarding the potentate with supreme disdain. "Princes do not make obeisance to any but their equals." "Am I not thine equal then, thou son of Offal?" cried Samory. "In strength thou art, possibly, but not by birth. In order to protect thy country against the white man thou hast sought to make palaver with Prempeh of Ashanti, but I would remind thee that the rulers of Mo have never besought any aid of their neighbours." "Thou speakest well, lad," he said thoughtfully. "Thine is a mighty kingdom, but by peace or war I will rule over it." "Never while I live," answered Omar with pride. "But thou art the last of thy race. If thou diest, what then? If I die, then every man in Mo will seek blood revenge upon thee, and Zomara will guide them into this thy land and arm them with spears of fire." "I care not for thy Naya nor thy pagan crocodile god," exclaimed the Mohammedan chief impatiently. "Bow upon my divan, or of a verity my slaves shall compel thee." "I refuse." "May thine entrails be burned!" cried Samory in anger, and raising his hand he ordered the guards of the divan to cast us both to earth before him. They threw us down, and their ruler, rising, placed his foot firmly on the neck of the heir to the throne of Mo, saying in a loud voice: "As I hold thee thus within my power, so also will I, ere many moons have run, hold thy country. Cursed by the Prophet may be thy detested race. There is neither peace nor friendship, there is neither gratitude nor love in the people of Samory, and they shall be the first to curse thee. When I enter Mo every day shall the knife of the executioner be fed with blood. Thy cities shall mourn the loss of their sages, husbands their wives, wives their children, and children their fathers. The country shall be devastated to its most northerly limits, and it shall be rendered a wilderness of silence and sorrow." Then, withdrawing his foot, amid the plaudits of his crowd of fierce-looking courtiers, Omar sprang to his feet in rage, and facing him, cried: "The men of Mo are forewarned already against thy designs, notwithstanding that our ex Grand Vizier Kouaga, the son of a dung heap who betrayed us hither, hath joined thy accursed ranks. The soldiers of the Naya are still anxious for the fourth time to try conclusions with thy white-cloaked rabble. Come, march forward into Mo. Thou wilt never return." "Thou defiest me, even as thy mother hath done?" he roared, his hand upon the bejewelled hilt of his curved blade. "Were it not for one fact, I would smite thee dead." "I fear thee not," Omar answered with a calmness that astounded me. "Sooner or later thou wilt, I suppose, order my death. Therefore the sooner the better." "Why insultest thou our race by bringing hither with thee this dog of a Christian?" the chief inquired, looking at me with a terrible expression of hatred. "He cometh as my companion," replied Omar briefly. "As thy companion he shall accompany thee to the grave," Samory cried fiercely, his eyes swimming in malice. "So be it," answered Omar with a smile of contempt. "May Zomara curse thy work." "Speak, infidel," Samory said, fixing his fiery glance upon me. "Whence comest thou?" "From England," I answered briefly in fear. "From that country where dwell the accursed of Allah," he said, as if to himself. "They are pig eaters who despise the Book of Everlasting Will, and declare our great Prophet, on whom may be everlasting peace, to be a false one. Accursed be thy country, infidel. May thy people suffer every torment of Al Haywat. May their food be offal, and may they slake their thirst with boiling pitch. The white men have sent their messengers to me time after time to urge me to ally myself with them, but it shall never be recorded that Samory besought the assistance of infidels to extend his kingdom. We fight beneath the green banner of Al Islam, and will continue to do so until we die. Ere long the day of the Jihad will dawn. Then the forces of Al Islam will unite to sweep from the face of the earth those white parasites who seek the overthrow of the faithful. Allah is merciful, and his servant is patient," added the old scoundrel piously. There arose, as if with one voice of those assembled, the words: "Samory hath spoken. Allah send him blessings abundant," and as they did so each fingered his amulets, little scraps of parchment whereon verses from the Koran were written in sprawly Arabic. At that moment, too, I noticed, for the first time, that right opposite us was the grinning evil face of the black giant, Kouaga, the man who had so foully betrayed us. We exchanged glances, and he laughed at us in triumph. "Dost thou intend to keep me as hostage?" Omar asked his mother's enemy boldly. "Until thou hast performed the service for which I caused thee to journey hither with our good Kouaga." "The traitor's head shall fall," Omar blurted out with pardonable passion. Then he asked: "Thou desirest a service of me. Well, what is it?" There was a silence so deep that a feather if dropped upon the cool floor of polished marble would have made audible sound, and Samory slowly seated himself. "Give ear unto my words," he said a few moments later, in a clear voice as he stroked his beard with his fat hand. "I know that within thine impenetrable kingdom many undreamed of mysteries and wealth untold lie concealed. This is common report. Thine ancestors in thy treasure house, the whereabouts of which is known only to the Naya and to thyself, have deposited heaps of jewels and great quantities of gold, the spoils of war through many generations. I desire to ascertain, and I will ascertain from thine own lips, the exact spot where we may seek that treasure." A look of abject bewilderment crossed Omar's features, and he turned to me, saying in English: "All is plain now, Scars. Because only the Naya herself is aware of the spot where the treasure of the Sanoms is deposited, my mother, on the eve of my departure for England, divulged to me the secret, fearing lest she should die before my return. Kouaga was the only person who knew that my mother had thus spoken to me, and he has informed Samory, and joined him for the purpose of obtaining the treasure." "Is not Kouaga aware of the spot where the treasure is hidden?" I asked hurriedly. "No. He came to England at Samory's suggestion to convey me hither so that they could get the secret from me. On gaining information it is apparently their intention to make a raid, with Kouaga leading in order to secure our wealth." But Samory himself interrupted our consultation. "Speak not with thine infidel companion," he roared. "Answer me. Tell me where this treasure of the Sanoms lieth." "The son of Naya is no traitor," he answered with hauteur. "If thou speakest thou shalt have thy liberty. Indeed, if thou deemest fit thou shalt join the expedition into Mo, and share with us the loot," the chief urged. "Thy words insult me," cried Omar, full of wrath. "I will never share with thee, who murdered my father, that which is my birthright." "Very well," answered Samory indifferently. "Thou needest not. We will take it, kill thy mother, and annex thy country. Already the whole kingdom is ripe for revolt, and we shall quickly accomplish the rest. I had thee brought hither because thou alone holdest a secret I desire to know, the secret of the royal treasure house, and I refuse to disclose it," my companion said, interrupting the gaudily attired potentate. "If thou wilt not speak willingly, then my executioners shall force thee to loosen thine obstinate tongue's strings," Samory cried, frowning, while the hideous face of the black traitor grinned horribly. "The secret of the queen is inviolable. My lips are sealed," answered Omar with resolution. "Then my executioners shall unseal them. If I cannot save my country from desolation at the hands of thy lawless bands," exclaimed my friend, "I can at least preserve from thee the treasure accumulated by my ancestors, to be used only for the emancipation of our country should evil befall it. Until the present, Mo hath been held against all invaders by the host ready at the hands of my mother and her predecessors, and even now if thou marchest over my dead body thy path will not be clear of those who will oppose thee. Remember," he added, "the army of the Naya possesses many pom-poms of the English, each of which is equal in power to the fire of any one of thy battalions. With them our people will sweep away thine host like grains of sand before the sirocco." "Darest thou oppose my will?" cried Samory, rising in a sudden ebullition of wrath. "Thy will ruleth me not," Omar answered, his face pale and calm. "A Sanom never betrayed his trust, even though he suffered death." "Very well, offspring of sebel," he hissed between his white teeth. "We will test thy resolution, and cause thee to eat thy brave words. Thy body shall be racked by the torture, and thy flesh given unto the ants to eat." Then turning to the executioner, a big negro with face hideously scarred by many cuts, who stood at his side leaning upon his razor edged doka, he added: "You know my will. Loosen the lad's tongue. Let it be done here, so that we may watch the effect of thy persuasion." And all laughed loudly at their ruler's grim humour, while 20 slaves of the executioner rushed away in obedience to their master's command, to bring in the instruments of torture. I turned to Omar. He still stood erect, with arms folded, but his face was pale as death. [Footnote: Maxim guns. They are called pom-poms by the African native on account of the noise they cause when fired. Chapter 9 of The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9 Condemned to the Torture. Eager to witness the agony of the son of the powerful Naya of Mo, The crowd of evil-faced men in silken robes who surrounded their brutal chief watched with lively anticipation the preparations that were in a few moments in active progress. The black slaves of the weirdly dressed executioner first carried in a large blazing brazier, and rolling away the thick crimson carpet placed it upon the floor of polished marble in front of Samory's divan. A slave boy had, in response to a sign from the great chief, lit his long pipe with its bejewelled mouthpiece, and as he half reclined on the couch he smoked on calmly, regarding the execution of his orders with undisguised satisfaction. The slaves, each wearing black loin cloths with bunches of sable ostrich feathers on their heads that waved like funeral plumes as they walked, brought in grim-looking instruments of iron, like blacksmiths' tools, strange spiked chains, fetters with sharp spikes on the inside, and many curiously contrived irons, each devised to cause some horrible torture, each red with rust, the rust of blood. As my eyes fell upon them, I involuntarily shuddered. Omar, my loyal friend, was about to be murdered by these inhuman brutes, and I knew that I was powerless to defend him from their fiendish wrath. Already he was standing in the grip of two black-plumed slaves, while no attempt had been made to secure me. I stood near him, breathlessly anxious, wondering what the end would be. Presently, when all was ready, a silence fell. Then the deep voice of Samory was heard, asking the final question. "Speak, son of a dog," he cried, addressing my unhappy friend. "Wilt thou tell us where the secret treasure house of the Sanoms is situated?" "No," Omar answered, flashing at his enemy a look of defiance. "I will not betray my mother's secret to my father's murderer." "Then use thy powers of persuasion," he said, lifting his hand towards the executioner. "Unseal his lips, and that quickly." "Chief of our race, whose praises rise earliest and most frequent in the presence of Allah, I am ready to obey thee," answered the hideous functionary. So saying, he took up a long iron instrument, fashioned like a pair of pincers, and thrust it into the burning coals. "Vain, O persecutor!" cried Omar in a loud voice. "Vain are thy tortures against the will power of the son of the Great White Queen, whose veins are filled with royal blood. Tremble at thy doom. A myriad of my race are determined against thee, and thy throne noddeth over thine head. The fiend of darkness is let loose, and the powers of evil shall prevail." "Hold thy peace," shouted the Moslem chieftain, enraged. "Thine own blood shall make satisfaction for those of my race, slain by thy warriors when last we march upon thy kingdom." "The curses of Takkar, of Turuka, and of Zomara, dreaded by all men, be upon thee," my companion cried, lifting his voice until it sounded loud and clear through the vaulted hall, and pointing to the slave-raiding king whose power no European influence could break. "May the vengeance of my injured blood fasten upon thy life." Those around Samory looked aghast as Omar uttered these ominous predictions in the spirit of prophecy, for they perceived he spoke as he was moved, and the whole council seemed dismayed. Silence and amazement for a few moments prevailed. Omar alone appeared unconcerned at his fate. Quickly, however, the executioner bent over his fire, and as the wretched victim of the potentate's hatred was dragged to a kind of square iron frame that lay upon the floor, thrown down, and fastened thereto by his wrists and ankles, the fiendish looking hireling took the long pincers, now red hot, and tore from Omar's shoulder a great piece of flesh. A piercing scream of agony rent the air, mingled with the triumphant jeers of the excited councillors, but my friend's teeth were tightly clenched, and his face blanched to the lips. Again and again cries of agony escaped him as the red hot iron touched him, although he exerted every nerve to maintain a dogged silence. From his back, shoulders and chest the brutal negro ruthlessly tore pieces, holding them up to the assembled court in triumph, while the air was filled with the nauseating odour of burning flesh. The sight was so sickening that I turned faint, and with difficulty prevented myself from falling. "Wilt thou now impart to us the knowledge that we seek?" asked Samory in ringing tones that sounded above the whispered exultations of his courtiers. "Never," gasped Omar in a weak voice, his eyes starting from his head. "Life cannot be unchequered by the frowns of fate, but death must bring dumbness to my lips. Caution, when besmeared in blood, is no longer virtue or wisdom, but wretched and degenerate cowardice.
No, never let him that was born to execute judgment secure his honours by cruelty and oppression. Hath not thy Koran told thee that fear and submission is a subject's tribute? Yet mercy is the attribute of Allah, and the most pleasing endowment of the vicegerents of earth." "From the lips of a fool there sometimes falleth wisdom," Samory said impatiently. "Thou hast deemed it wise to thwart the will of one whose wish is law. Therefore, ere the bud of thy youth unfolds in the fulness of manhood, thou shalt be cut off, as the husbandman destroyeth the deadly serpent in the field." "Is there no way to build up the seat of justice in mercy but in murder?" cried Omar. At a signal from the slave raider, however, the scarred faced brute again withdrew the pincers from the fiery brazier, and applied them once more to the wretched prince's back. He winced and turned with such strength that his limbs, fettered as they were in bonds of blood smeared iron, cracked, while the muscles and veins stood out knotted like cords. The spotless marble of the floor was stained by a dark red pool, becoming larger every moment as the life blood dripped slowly from beneath. The scene was revolting. I placed my hands over my eyes to shut out from my gaze the horrible contortions of the victim's face. Yet those assembled were gleeful and excited. Omar was the son of their unconquerable enemy, and they delighted in witnessing his humiliation and agony. Times without number the negro with the strangely marked visage seared the flesh of my helpless companion. Then, in response to his orders, his black plumed slaves drew tighter the bonds that confined his ankles and wrists, until the sound of the crushing of bones and sinews reached our ears. Again a loud shriek echoed along the high roofed wall. Omar was no longer able to bear the excruciating pain in silence. "Courage!" I cried in English, heedless of the consequences. "Courage! Let this fiend see that he cannot rule us as he does his cringing slaves." Think of yourself, Scars," he gasped with extreme difficulty. "If they kill me, forgive me for bringing you from England. I did not know that this trap had been prepared for me." "I forgive you everything," I answered, glancing for a moment at his white, blood smeared countenance. "Bear up. You must. You shall not die." But even as I spoke, the executioner, who had been bending over the fire, withdrew with his tongs a band of iron with long sharp sparks on the inside, now red with heat, and as the slaves released the pressure upon his wrists and ankles, the sinister faced negro placed the terrible band around the victim's waist, and by means of a screw quickly drew it so tight that the red hot spikes ran into the flesh, causing it to smoke and emit a hissing sound that was horrible. Again poor Omar squirmed in pain and gave vent to a shrill, agonized cry. But it was not repeated. Everyone stood eager and open mouthed, and even the villainous Samory rose from his divan to more closely watch the effect of the fearful torture now being applied. The victim's upturned face was white as the marble pavement. From the corners of the mouth a thin red stream oozed, and the closed eyes and imperceptible breathing showed plainly that no torture, however inhuman, could cause him further agony. He had lapsed into unconsciousness. "Hold!" cried Samory at last, seeing the executioner about to prepare yet another torture. "Take the pagan author of malice from my sight, let his wounds be dressed, and apply thy persuasion unto him again to-morrow at sundown. He shall speak, I vow before the great Allah and Mohammed the Prophet of the Just. He shall tell us where the treasure lieth hidden." "O Light of the Earth," cried one of the councillors, a white bearded sage who wore a robe of crimson silk beautifully embroidered, "though the hand of time hath not yet spread the fruits of manhood upon this youth's cheeks, yet neither the splendour of thy court nor the words from thy lips could steal from the young prince the knowledge of himself. He hath cursed thee with the three curses of the pagans Takkar, Turuka, and Zomara the crocodile god, held in awe by all. Well, thinkest thou that I fear the empty threats of a youth whose hostility towards me arises from the fact that I captured his father on the Great Salt Road, and smiting off his head, sent it as a present to the Naya?" asked Samory in indignation. But as the black plumed slaves removed the inanimate form of Omar, the aged councillor stepped forward boldly, saying: "I perceive, O source of light, that the dark clouds of evil are gathering to disturb the hours of futurity. The spirits of the wicked are preparing the storm and the tempest against thee. But the volumes of fate are torn from my sight. and the end of thy troubles is unknown." The councillors exchanged glances and stood aghast, but Samory, livid with rage, sprang from his divan and commenced to upbraid the aged seer for his words of warning. I was not, however, allowed to listen to the further discussion of the old man's prophecy, being hurried by two of the torturer's slaves back to my underground cell, where I remained alone for many hours awaiting Omar, who, I presumed, was being brought back to consciousness in another part of the great impregnable fortress, the mazes of which were bewildering. Chapter 10. Of the Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10. Zomara. In darkness and anxiety I remained alone for many days in the foul subterranean prison. Had the fiendish tortures been repeated upon my hapless friend, I wondered, or had he succumbed to the injuries already inflicted? Hour by hour I waited, listening to the shuffling footsteps of my jailers, but only once a day there came a black slave to hand me my meagre ration of food and depart without deigning to give answer to any of my questions. I became sick with anxiety, and at last felt that I must abandon all hope of again seeing him. I was alone in the midst of the fiercest and most fanatical people of the whole of Africa, a people whose supreme delight it was to torture the whites that fell into their hands, as vengeance for the many expeditions sent against them. Through those dismal days, when silence and the want of air oppressed me, I remembered the old adage that when hope goes out, death smiles and stalks in. But fortunately, although wearied and dejected, I did not quite abandon all thought of ever again meeting my companion. The hope of seeing him, of being able to escape and get into the land of Mo, was now the sole anchor of my life. Yet as the monotonous hours passed, the light in the chink above grew brighter and time after time gradually faded into pitch darkness, I felt compelled to admit that my anticipations were without foundations, and that Omar, the courageous descendant of a truly kingly race, was dead. In the dull dispiriting gloom I sat hour after hour on the stone bench encrusted with the dirt of years, calmly reflecting upon the bright, happy life I had been, alas! too eager to renounce, and told myself with sorrow that, after all, old Trigger's school, or even the existence of a London clerk, was preferable to imprisonment in Samory's stronghold. Many were the means by which I sought to make time pass more rapidly, but the hours had leaden feet, and while the tiny race struggled through above, my mind was constantly racked by bitter thoughts of the past, and a despairing dread of the hopeless future. One morning, however, when I had lost all count of the days of my solitary confinement, my heart was suddenly caused to leap by hearing the unusual sound of footsteps, and a few moments later my door was thrown open and I was ordered by my captors to come forth. I rose, and following them unwillingly, wondering what fate had been decided for me, ascended the steep flight of steps to the courtyard above, wherein I found a crowd of Arab nomads in their white haicks and burnooses. Samory was also there, and before him, still defiant and apparently almost recovered from his wounds, stood my friend Omar. I sprung towards him with a loud cry of joy, and our recognition was mutually enthusiastic, as neither of us had known what fate had overtaken the other. But ere he could relate how he had fared, the Mohammedan chief lifted his hand, and a dead silence fell on those assembled. "Omar, son of the accursed Naya, whom may Eblis smite with the fiery sword, give ear unto my words," he said in a loud, harsh voice. "Thou hast defied me, and will not impart to me the secret of the Treasure house, even though I offer thee thy freedom. I have spared thee the second torture in order that a fate more degrading and more terrible shall be thine. Hearken. Thou and thy friend are sold to these Arab slavers for this single copper coin." For an instant he showed us the coin in the palm of his brown hand, then tossed it far away from him with a gesture of disgust. "Ye are both sold," he continued.
sold for the smallest coin, to be taken to Kumassi as slaves for their pagan sacrifice." At his words we both started. It was indeed a terrible doom to which this villainous brute had consigned us. We were to be butchered with awful rites for the edification of Prempeh and his wild hordes of fanatics. "Rather kill us outright," Omar said boldly, his hands trembling nevertheless. "Death will seize thee quite soon enough," laughed the chief derisively. "Mine ally Prempeh will have the satisfaction of offering a queen's son to the fetish." "Rest assured that the god Zomara will reward thee for this day's evil work," Omar cried, with a fierce look in his eyes. "Thou hast spent fiercest hatred upon me, but even if I die, word will sooner or later be carried into Mo that thou wert the cause of the death of the last of my race. Then every single man capable of bearing arms will rise against thee. Standing here, I make prophecy that this, thy kingdom, shall be uprooted as a weed in the garden of peace, and that thine own blood shall make satisfaction for thy cruelty." "Begone!" cried Samory in a tumult of wrath. And turning to the Arabs, he cried in a commanding tone, "Take the dog to the slaughterers. Let me never look again upon his face." But ere they could seize him he had lifted his hand, invoking the curse of Zomara, saying: "Omar, Prince of Mo, has spoken. This kingdom of Samory shall, ere many moons, be shaken to its foundations." But the fierce Arabs quickly dragged us forth, bound us when out of sight of the great chief, and led us beyond the gates of the Kasbah to where we found a great slave caravan assembled in readiness to depart. Fully 100 black slaves, each fastened in a long chain, were lying huddled up in the shadow, seeking a brief rest after a long and tedious march. Most of them were terrible objects, mere skin and bone, and all showed signs of brutal ill treatment, their backs bearing great festering sores caused by the lashes of their pitiless captors. The majority of them had, I ascertained, been captured in the forest wilds beyond the Niger, and all preserved a stolid indifference, for they knew their terrible doom. They were being hurried on to Kumassi to be sold to King Prempeh for sacrificial purposes. To this wretched, perspiring crowd of hopeless humanity we were bound, and amid the jeers of a number of Samory's officials who had crowded to the gate to see us depart, we moved onward, our steps hastened by the heavy whips of our masters, who, mounted on wiry little ponies and heavily armed, galloped up and down the line, administering blows to the laggards or the sick. From the city, away across the open grasslands we wended our way, a dismal, sorrowful procession, but Omar, now beside me again, briefly related how, after being removed from the torture frame, his wounds had been dressed and he had been tenderly nursed by an old female slave, who had taken compassion upon him. A dozen times messengers from Samory had come to offer him his liberty in exchange for the secret of the treasure house, but he had steadfastly refused. Twice the scoundrel Kouaga had visited him, and made merry over his discomfiture. "But," said my friend, "the boastings of the traitor are empty words. When we laugh, it shall be at his vain implorings for a speedy death." "To him we owe all these misfortunes," I said. "Yes, everything. But if only we get into Mo he shall render an account of his misdeeds to my mother. No mercy will be shown him, for before the Naya's wrath the nation trembles." "But our position at the present moment is one of extreme gravity," I observed. "We are actually on our way to another of your mother's enemies, whose relentless cruelty is common talk throughout the world." "True," he answered. "If we find the slightest loophole for escape we must embrace it. But if not," and he paused, "if not, then we must meet our deaths with the calm indifference alike traditional of the Sanoms and of Englishmen." Whenever misfortune seemed to threaten, he appeared only the more composed. Each day showed me that, even though an African and a semi-savage, yet his bearing in moments when others would have been melancholy, was dignified and truly regal. Even though his only covering was a loin cloth and a piece of white cotton garment wrapped about his shoulders, Omar Sanon was every inch a prince. "If we made a dash for liberty we should, I fear, be shot down like dogs," I said. "Yes," he answered. "The country we shall now traverse will not facilitate our flight, but the reverse.
From the edge of the great forest of Buna, beyond the Kong Mountains, it is mostly marshy hollows and pestilential swamps, while the lands beyond Buna, away to Koranzan in Ashanti, are flat and open like your English pastures. We will, if opportunity offers, endeavour to escape, but even if we succeeded in eluding their vigilance, death lurks everywhere in 100 different forms. "Well, at present we are slaves, hounded on towards the dreaded Golgotha of the Ashantis," I said. "We have escaped one fate only to be threatened by one more terrible." "True," he answered. "But down on the coast they have an old proverb in the negro English jargon which says, 'Softly, softly, catchee monkey.' Let us proceed cautiously, bear our trials with patience, seek not to incense these brutal Arabs against us, and we may yet tread the path that leads into my mother's kingdom. Then within a week the war drums will sound, and we will accompany our host against Samory and his hordes." "I shall act as you direct," I replied. "If you think that by patience all may come right, no complaint shall pass my lips. We are companions in misfortune, therefore let us arm ourselves against despair." The compact thus made, we endured the toil and hardships of travel without murmur. At first our bearded masters heaped upon the Queen's son every indignity they could devise, but finding they could not incense him, nor cause him to utter complaint, ceased their taunts and cuts from their loaded whips, and soon began to treat us with less severity. Yet the fatigues of that march were terrible. The suffering I witnessed in that slave gang is still as vivid in my memory as if it were only yesterday. Ere we had passed through the great forest and gained the Kong Mountains, a dozen of our unfortunate companions who had fallen sick had been left in the narrow path to be eaten alive by the driver ants and other insects in which the gloomy depths abound, while during the 20 days which the march to the Ashanti border occupied, many others succumbed to fever. Over all the marshes there hung a thick white mist, deadly to all, but the more so to the starving wretches who came from the high lands far north beyond the Niger. Scarcely a day broke without one or more of the lean, weak negroes being attacked, and as a sick slave is only an encumbrance, they were left to die while we were marched onward. Whose turn it might next be to be left behind to be devoured alive, none knew, and in this agony of fear and suspense we pushed forward from day to day, until at last reached the undulating grassland that Omar told me was within a few days' march of Kumassi. Here, even if the sun blazed down upon us like a ball of fire, it was far healthier than in the misty regions of King Fever, and at the summit of a low grass covered hill our captors halted for 2 days to allow us to recuperate, fearing, we supposed, that our starved and weak condition might be made an excuse for low prices. Soon, however, we were goaded forward again, and ere long, having traversed Mampon's country, entered the capital of King Prempeh, slaves to be sacrificed at the great annual custom. No chance of escape had been afforded us. We were driven forward to the doom to which the inhuman enemy of the Naya of Mo had so ruthlessly consigned us. End of chapter 10. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudiobooks.com. Chapter 11 of The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 11 The Human Sacrifice. Kumassi, the capital of the Ashanti kingdom, was, we found, full of curious contrast. We approached it through dense high elephant grass, along a little beaten footpath strewn with fetish dolls. It was evening when we entered it, and drums could be heard rumbling and booming far and near. Presently we passed a cluster of the usual mud huts, then another. Several other clusters were in sight with patches of high jungle grass between. Then, in a bare open space some 200 yards across, were huts, and more thatched roofs in the hollow beyond. This was Kumassi. During that day 3 of our fellow sufferers, knowing the horrible fate in store for them, managed to snatch knives from the belts of our captors and commit suicide before our eyes, preferring death by their own hands to decapitation by the executioners of Prempeh, that bloodthirsty monarch who has now happily been deposed by the British Government, but who at that time was sacrificing thousands of human lives annually, defiant and heedless of the remonstrances of civilized nations. In size Kumassi came up to the standard I had formed of it. The streets were numerous, some half dozen were broad and uniform, the main avenue being some 70 yards wide, and here and there along its length a great patriarchal tree spread its branches. The houses were wattled structures with alcoves and stuccoed facades embellished with Moorish designs and coloured with red ochre. Red seemed the prevailing colour. Indeed, it is stated on good authority that on one occasion Prempeh desired to stain the walls of his palace a darker red, and used the blood of 1,000 victims for that purpose. Behind each of the pretentious buildings which fronted the streets were grouped the huts of the domestics, enclosing small courtyards. Passing down this main avenue, where many people watched our dismal procession, we came to the grove whence issued the terrible smell which caused travellers to describe Kumassi as a vast charnel house. We, however, did not halt there, but passed onward to the palace of Prempeh, situated about 300 yards away, and occupying a level area in the valley dividing the two eminences on which the town is situated. The first view of what was designated as the palace was a number of houses with steep thatched roofs clustered together and fenced around with split bamboo stakes, while at one corner rose a square 2-storied stone building. The lower part of the lofty walls of stucco was stained deep red, probably by blood, and the upper part whitewashed. Presumably our captors had received a commission from Prempeh to supply him with slaves for the sacrifice, for we were marched into a small courtyard of the palace itself, and there allowed to rest until next day, being given a plentiful supply of well-cooked kaki, or maize pudding wrapped in plantain leaves. Our position was, we knew, extremely critical. Attired in the merest remnant of a waistcloth, with a thick noose of grass rope securely knotted around our necks, we lay in the open court with the stars shining brilliantly above us, unable to sleep from the intensity of our feelings. In the next court there were more than 100 unfortunates like ourselves huddled together, ready to be sacrificed on the morrow. Soon after sunrise, while moodily awaiting our fate, we were made to stand up for inspection by one of the king's Ocras. These men were of 3 classes. The first, being relatives of the king, and entrusted with state secrets, were never sacrificed. The second were certain soldiers appointed by the king, and the third slaves. All, on account of their distinguished services, were exempt from taxes, palavers, and military services, and were kept in splendid style by the royal exchequer, those of the inferior classes being expected to sacrifice themselves upon the tomb of the king when he died. The tall, rather handsome man who inspected us was an Ocra of the first class, for he wore a massive gold circle like a quoit suspended around his neck by golden chains, and, walking beneath an enormous gaudily coloured silken umbrella, bearing the crude device of a crouching leopard, was attended by a numerous retinue, who paid him the greatest respect. The Arabs who had brought us there made him profound obeisance, while some members of the retinue snapped fingers with several of the Arabs, and the usual teetotal ceremony of drinking water to cool the heads was gone through. The inspection was a keen one, each of us being passed in review before the Ocra, who made brief comments to the Arabs at his side. As Omar passed, the dark-faced official scrutinized him carefully, and seemed interested to learn what the leader of the slave caravan told him in a tongue unknown to me regarding us both, for his gaze wandered from my companion to myself, and I was at once called out to pass before his keen glance. We were both kept there several minutes while the Arab presumably explained how we had been entrapped at the court of Samory. At last, however, we were allowed to retire, and very soon afterwards the great Ocra moved forward into the next court, followed by a couple of youths bearing long knives, and a thin, lean-looking wretch with a stool curiously carved from a solid block of cotton wood, richly embellished with gold ornaments. When he had gone I cast myself upon the ground in the shadow beside Omar, saying, "After all, it would have been better if we had died in the woods than to endure this torture of waiting for execution." "Yes," he answered gloomily. "That Ocra who has just inspected us was Betea, a bitter enemy of my mother. He is certain to revenge himself upon us." But even as he spoke we heard the adulatory shouts of the royal crier somewhere in our vicinity. They were more than sufficient to transform any man, white or black, into a vain despot, and as translated by Omar, were in the strain of: "O King, thou art the king above all kings. Thou art great. Thou art mighty. Thou art strong. Thou hast done enough. The princes of the earth bow down to thee, and humble themselves in the dust before thy stool. Who is like unto the king of all the Ashantis?" It was the preliminary of the great sacrifice. King Prempeh, though arrogant, vain and cruel beyond measure, had, we afterwards saw, the eye of a king, which means that it was the eye of one possessing unlimited power over life and death. It was the custom for the king to be placed on the stool by the united voice of the chiefs, but immediately he was seated, in him became vested the supreme power. Soon the firing of guns and the loud beating of the great kinkassis, or drums ornamented with human skulls, sounded outside the walls wherein we were confined, while the air was rent by the wild yells of the excited populace. For nearly an hour this continued, and we thus remained in terrible suspense until at last the gate opened, and with the great grass ropes still around our neck we were marched out of the palace under an escort of the king's slaves. Turning to the left along the broad avenue we saw upon a long pole a human head grinning at us, two vultures perched upon it eagerly stripping it. It was, Omar told me, the head of a thief. The street was crowded with people, who shouted to their gods as we passed in procession, and presently we came to a great fetish gallows, from the crossbeams of which hung the decomposing body of a ram. Some of the men forming our escort were a strangely dressed set, their uniform consisting of striped tunics reaching to the knee, confined round the waist by belts profusely decorated with strips of leopard skin, and tiny brass bells which tinkled musically as they moved. In their belts they carried several knives, while the musket and the little round cap of pangolin skin completed their equipment. At last we reached the grove at Bantama, on the outskirts of the town, one of the 3 execution places. Several thousand people had assembled around a great tree where a number of gorgeous umbrellas of every hue and material had been erected. Many were ornamented with curious devices, and the tops of some bore little images of men and animals in gold and silver. Under the centre umbrella, upon a brass nailed chair close to the tree, sat King Prempeh in regal splendour, surrounded by a crowd of chiefs, whose golden accoutrements glittered in the sun. 3 scarlet clad dwarfs were dancing before him amid the dense crowd of sword bearers, fly whiskers, court criers, and minor officials. As he sat there, his thin, flabby yellow face glistening with oil, he looked a truly regal figure, wearing upon his head a high black and gold crown, and on his neck and arms great golden beads and nuggets. His habit was to suck a large nut that looked like a big cigar, and as he sat there with it in his mouth, it gave his face a strangely idiotic expression. The whole Ashanti court had assembled at the theatre of human sacrifice. As we approached, the drumming grew louder, the roar of voices filled the air, and the great coloured umbrellas were seen whirling and bobbing above the heads of the surging crowd of natives. The great barrel like drums with their grim ornamentations boomed forth, and bands of elephant tusk horns added to the deafening din. In the distance could be seen the great fetish house, with its enormous high thatched roof wherein was supposed to be hidden Prempeh's great treasures of gold dust and jewels. The ground whereon the glittering court had assembled was covered with the skulls and bones of thousands of former victims, and as we advanced slowly through the turbulent crowd, we saw a sight that froze our blood. At the foot of the fetish tree was placed a great brass execution bowl, about 5 feet in diameter. It was ornamented with 4 small lions and a number of knobs all around its rim, except at one part where there was a space for the victim's neck to rest upon the edge. The blood of those sacrificed to the gods was allowed to putrefy in this great bowl, which has recently passed into the hands of the English and is now in London; and leaves of certain herbs being added, it was considered valuable as a fetish medicine. As we entered the clear space between the chiefs and caboosers surrounding the king, and the thousands of warriors and spectators, salvo after salvo of musketry was fired, until the smoke obscured all objects in our immediate vicinity. Around the sacrificial bull were grouped a dozen or more royal executioners, with their faces whitewashed and hideously decorated. Some upon their heads wore caps of monkey skin with the face in front, while others had high head dresses of eagles' feathers, their tunics of long grasses being covered with magical charms tied in little bunches. All were copiously smeared with blood, while each wore a necklace of human teeth, and carried a heavy broad-bladed sword rusted by the blood of former victims. Behind them were 30 or 40 Ashantis, each with a knife stuck through both cheeks, to prevent the unhappy victims from asking the king to spare their lives, which, according to national law, must be granted, while a broad-bladed dagger was in many cases run under the shoulder blades. They were prisoners who had tried to stir revolt, and were, we understood, to be sacrificed first. Our turn would come later. The scene was horrible. We were appalled. At a signal from the king, the first unfortunate wretch was instantly seized by 2 executioners and held over the bowl, while the third lifted his keen sword, and with a dull, sickening thud, brought it down upon the poor fellow's neck, hacking into his spine until the head was severed. Then there rose a loud shout of triumph. The offering to the fetish was the signal for the most enthusiastic rejoicing, and the shouts of adulation were deafening. The people, ground down by a crafty priesthood, and steeped in the most degrading superstitions, looked upon the wholesale butchery that followed without a shudder. Kings, courtiers, and slaves seemed seized with an insatiable desire for blood, and as one head fell after another, the cries of the victims drowned by the vociferous shouts of the onlookers, Omar and I stood shackled and trembling. One after another the victims were thrown across the bowl, and their life blood gushed into it as the cruel swords descended, while the king gloated over the sight, with an expression of pleasure upon his oily sinister face, until the heap of headless trunks grew large, and the number sacrificed must have been over 100. Suddenly the chief executioner took one of his knives which had a human skull upon the hilt, and holding it up, commanded silence. Then spoke the Ocra Betea, who, rising from his stool, waved his hand across the veritable Golgotha, crying: "Behold! Tremble! The king makes the great yam custom. The death drum beats, and to the fetish we offer sacrifice. Who is so great as the king of all the Ashantis, and who is so powerful as the fetish? Yonder are the graves of the great kings, and the marks on yonder walls show the number of men who were sacrificed when their graves were watered. Listen! The mighty King Prempeh is about to sacrifice. Today he sends 500 men to the dark world as a thank offering for the harvest, and as an offering to the fetish to enable us to eat up our enemies, the whites. When our mighty king says war, we will arm against them, and their heads shall fill many baskets. Of a truth our lord Prempeh is the greatest monarch who has ever sat upon the stool. The earth quakes when he speaks, and his enemies are paralyzed by fear. Betea has spoken." Then the crowd set up a series of wild shrieks and yells, they gesticulated, fired guns indiscriminately, and danced wildly, while some of the enthusiasts, pressing forward, dipped their hands into the blood already in the bowl, and besmeared themselves with it; and others, turning upon myself and my companion as we stood silent and trembling, heaped every insult upon us. In a few moments, however, the crowd was driven back, and at a signal from the king the executions recommenced, until the smell of blood grew sickening, and the awful scene caused me to shake like an aspen. I knew that nothing could save me from the hands of these demoniacal whitewashed executioners, and in a few moments I, a slave purchased like an ox for the slaughter, would be borne down over the bowl and decapitated. I looked at Omar. His face was pale, but his lips were tightly set, although there was an expression of utter hopelessness upon his countenance. The horror of that moment held me breathless. Chapter 11. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com.
Chapter 12 of The Great White Queen by William le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 12. In the Sacred Grove. One by one, the slaves of the gang in which we had travelled were dragged forward, held over the execution bowl, and sent as messengers to the spirit land, until it came to Omar's turn. In a second 2 white-faced demons with keen swords seized him, and despite the cry for mercy that escaped his lips, he was rushed forward, the frenzied executioners flinging him down unceremoniously, and bending his head over the warm blood with which the basin was now filled to overflowing. At that instant, as the chief executioner strode forward and held his dripping blade uplifted ready to strike, the king raised his hand to command silence, and the hideous dressed official paused in wonder, his sword poised in air. Betea the Ocra, bending low, was whispering to the king, when the latter suddenly took the nut from his mouth and said: "So it is upon Omar, son of my enemy the Naya of Mo, that my eyes rest. Let him stand forth with his white companion." Obedient to the command of the king, the executioners allowed Omar to rise, and in a few moments we both stood before the royal stool. "How came you here?" asked Prempeh, scowling. "I was captured and sold as slave to the Arab dealers," he answered, drawing himself up with that princely air he always assumed in moments of danger. "And your white companion, how is it he is in our capital?" "I have been to the land of the white men across the sea, and he returned as my friend," Omar replied. "We were travelling homeward to Mo when by treachery I was entrapped." "By whom?" "By Samory." Across Prempeh's evil face there spread a sickly smile. He was an ally of the great Mohammedan chief, and saw at once that Samory had sold the son of their mutual enemy into slavery. "Your queen mother," he said, "has times without number sent her armed hordes over the border to raid our villages, and it is the fetish that has delivered you, her son, into our hands. The fetish has not sent you hither as a sacrifice, but as a hostage. Therefore your life shall be spared together with that of your white friend, but you shall both be given as slaves to our trusted Ocra Betea. Let the sacrifice proceed. Prempeh, king of all Ashantis, has spoken." Next second a poor black wretch was dragged along in Omar's place, and the sword fell heavily upon him, while we were both hurried away in charge of a caboocer to the residence of the man who was, according to Omar, one of his mother's bitterest foes. Glad were we to escape with our lives from that awful scene of inhuman butchery, but it seemed that as slaves of this court favourite to whom we had been given, there would be but little brightness in our lives. As day succeeded day, our gloomy forebodings were only too truly realized. Betea, the most powerful of the king's Ocras, seemed to delight in making our lives a burden to us, for amid luxurious surroundings we were beaten, starved and ill treated, until even death under the executioner's knife seemed a preferable fate. 6 months passed. 6 weary months of slavery and wretchedness. Our position seemed absolutely hopeless, and I began to fear that we should never escape from the City of Blood. The scenes we witnessed there were so revolting that I cannot now reflect upon them without a shudder. The ghastly customs, the absence of all protection for life and property, the grinding oppression, the nameless horrors of all kinds, were terrible. Blood was continually flowing, for every anniversary demanded fresh holocaust, and the Golgotha presented a sight of indescribable horror. The unwritten code of laws were of such a sanguinary nature that the public executioners formed a numerous section of the community, and were constantly employed collecting their victims, leading them for execution through the capital, and then hacking them to pieces in presence of the king. Soldiers, slaves, retainers of the nobles and conquered tribes possessed no defined rights, and their lives and property were practically in the hands of the royal and governing classes. Close to the house of our inhuman master was the fetish grove, a horrible place, surrounded by rank grass, dirt,
and reeking with odours pestilential. Once or twice I wandered in that grove, treading upon human bones at every step, the heaped up remains of thousands of miserable creatures slaughtered to please the Ashanti ruler's lust for blood. Poor crumbling bones, mouldy and sodden as the rotten wood of older trees, yet once clothed with form and vigour, lay everywhere, while under the cottonwood trees skulls were heaped and vultures hovered about in hundreds. One evening we attended our master on one of his official visits to Bantana, the fetish priests' village where we so narrowly escaped execution, and were able to thoroughly inspect the gruesome place. The most horrible blood orgies known to superstitious and fetish worship were almost daily practised there, and in nearly every abode there were stools and chairs smeared with human blood, drinking bowls were stained with it, and some vessels were half filled with black clotted blood. In the priests' inner chambers, dark dens filled with foul odours, to which we entered with Betea, we found not only the whole apartment smeared with blood, but bones and portions of human remains lying about openly, or wrapped in rags to serve as charms. One building, probably the residence of one of the chief priests, was embellished with mud moulded panels and scroll work, and the columns facing the principal quadrangle were fluted. The colours were the prevailing white clay, and red ochre plastered upon the wattle and mud pillars. Suddenly, as in the dusk we left this house, a loud horrible shriek sounded. At first we thought some poor wretch was being sacrificed, but again and again it sounded, and all turned pale, even the royal Ocra himself. "What's that, I wonder?" I asked Omar, who, bearing our master's sword, was walking at my side. "The gree gree," he gasped, looking round in fear, while at that moment there sounded two ear-piercing blasts upon a horn. "Hark!" cried Betea himself, trembling. "The gree gree is out to night." I remembered that I had been told by one of our fellow slaves that the gree gree was a great fetish who appeared horned like a demon, and killed all persons he came across. None dare lock their doors when the gree gree walked, and only the king himself was invulnerable. This, no doubt, was another trick of the priests to frighten the superstitious natives, and at the same time wreak vengeance upon those who had offended them. Once again the notes of the horn rose weird and shrill, and died away. Then Betea, himself affrighted, turned to us saying: "Fly, fly for your lives. If the gree gree catches you, you will be struck upon the brow. His arm deals death everywhere." In a moment all took to their heels, including the royal Ocra, but Omar, grasping my arm, whispered excitedly: "Stay, we may now escape." As the words left his lips we caught sight of a weird black figure dressed in long coarse grass, with ram's horns upon his head, his face whitened and a second pair of eyes painted over his own. In his hand gleamed a long bright knife, while at his side was suspended a freshly severed human arm and hand. Yelling and leaping like a veritable demon, he suddenly noticed the flying figures of our fellow slaves, and halting a moment, dashed after them, leaving us alone. "He will return here, so we must hide," Omar said quickly, and glancing round we both saw at the end of the dark ghostly avenue of fetish trees an oblong windowless mud hut with a high pitched triple grass thatched roof. Running towards it we managed to wrench off the padlock from the door and enter. It was, we discovered, the reputed sepulchre of the Ashanti kings. Without, it was guarded by all sorts of fetish charms, extraordinary odds and ends, animal claws, broken pottery, scraps of tin, bits of wood, stones and human bones. Within, by the aid of a lamp we found burning, were revealed several great coffers clamped with copper and iron, each resting upon two big stools of carved cottonwood. Jars and vases filled with water and wine, braziers full of sweet smelling leaves, and plates of food were placed beside each, offerings for the use of the dead. Omar told me that when an Ashanti king died he was buried in an ordinary coffin for a time, but afterwards the body was invariably disinterred, and the joints of the skeleton articulated with gold bands and wire. It was then placed, doubled up, in one of these spacious coffers, fully 4 feet long by 2 feet wide and deep, and the other skeletons were attendants, slaughtered and sent to the land of shades to wait on the monarch's ghost. "Possibly," I said. "Much of the ghostly grimness and worked up horrors about this place are cunningly devised, not only to protect the royal tombs from being plundered by the superstitious natives, but to help to safeguard the state treasuries concealed in yonder coffins. Yes," he said, "in this priest-ridden country all the superstition is heaped up for their benefit and profit. But we must get out of here before dawn, run past the gree if he is about, and make a dash for the open forest. It is our only chance of escape, for at dawn the priests will come again to watch beside the tombs, and if discovered we are certain to be skewered through the mouth, dragged before Prempeh, and hacked to pieces by the criminal executioner." "Well, any fate is better than that," I observed. "Let us wait an hour or so, and then make a rush for it." "Very well," he answered, and together we resumed the work of exploring the strange place. Soon, however, our lamp burned dim, flickered, and went out. Then, after waiting in silence for half an hour in the pitch darkness, we slowly opened the door, and holding our breaths, crept out. With noiseless tread we stole along the sacred grove, and were nearly at the end when, without warning, the hideous gree with a fiendish yell of triumph sprang out of some bushes upon us. Involuntarily I put up my fist to ward off attack, and in doing so gave him a well-directed blow full in the face, sending him down flat on his back. "Hurrah!" cried Omar in delight. "Floored him. Let's run for our lives." Ere the midnight murderer could spring to his feet, we had dashed away as fast as our legs could carry us, running along the fetish grove, past the cluster of executioners' houses, across the open space where in the centre stood the great tree under which Prempeh had sat to witness the wholesale sacrifice, and continuing until we came to a path through the high elephant grass, we soon left the city far behind us, and plunged into the dark dismal forest by the narrow winding way that led to the unexplored regions of the north. When at last we paused to take breath, Omar, panting, said: "At last we are free again. The Tey will not seek us, for he naturally believes we were killed by the gree. If Zomara favours us, we shall yet live to enter Mo and lead our host into the country of Samory." Then, taking from his neck a little bag of some strange powder, he took therefrom a pinch, and with fervent words scattered it to the four quarters of the wind, thus making a thank offering to the crocodile god. Chapter 12. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 13 of The Great White Queen by William le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 13. The Way of the Thousand Steps. To describe in detail our long toilsome journey, and the terrible hardships we suffered during the next 2 months, is unnecessary. Suffice it to say that without means of barter, unarmed, and living upon fruit and roots, we tramped along that narrow path through the pestilential marshes and the great forests where no light penetrated through the thick foliage of the giant trees for several weeks, always due north and passing villages sometimes, until we crossed the Seine river, ascended the mountains beyond, and found ourselves upon a great level grass-covered plateau, which occupied us several days in traversing. At last we came to the border of Prempeh's kingdom, crossed the Volta river that wound in the brilliant sunshine for many miles like a golden thread among the trees, and soon entered the fertile valley of the Dagombas, a wild-looking tribe who were allies of the great Naya. At Yendi, 7 days' march through the bush from the Volta, we interviewed the Dagomba king and received a most enthusiastic welcome. Presents of food and slaves were given us, as well as a musket each, with some curious ivory-hilted knives, and we were treated as honoured guests of his sable majesty, who, Omar informed me, was indebted to the Naya for his royal position. This welcome was therefore only what we expected. Nevertheless, our life during the few days at Yendi was of a very different character to the miserable existence we had experienced during our long march to the confines of Ashanti. But Omar was impatient to fulfil the commands of his mother, and we did not remain longer than was absolutely necessary, in order not to give offence to the king. However, one morning we snapped fingers with him, and, with 200 decidedly savage-looking men as escort,
we moved away still due north on our journey to the mysterious land of the Great White Queen. The King of Dagomba had told me, in answer to my enquiries, that neither himself nor any of his men had ever entered Mo. The inhabitants were a very powerful and fearless people, he knew, and their soldiers were as numerous as an army of locusts. The men of Mo were an admirable race, he added, and although no stranger had ever been admitted to the mysterious realm, yet its power was feared by every West African ruler without exception. It gratified me to think that I should be the first to set foot within a land forbidden to any who had not been born there, and I grew extremely impatient to set eyes upon the country to the throne of which my light-hearted friend Omar was heir. Travelling quickly, with but few delays, we crossed the Basanga country, mainly covered by dense, dark forest and unhealthy marshes, where the odour of decayed vegetable matter was sickening, until we came to a great mountain rearing its snowy crest into the clouds, which Omar told me was called the Nauri. Hence, when we had rested 2 days to recruit in the sunlight after the dispiriting gloom of the primeval forest, we held on our way, passing many native villages, the inhabitants of each showing marked friendliness towards our Dagombas. Kona, our headman, was a tall, pleasant-faced negro, raw-boned and awkward, with huge hands and splay feet. But his muscles were hard as iron and his strength astounding. He treated Omar as a prince, always deferential to his wishes, and regarded me as an honoured visitor to the unknown but powerful protector of his sovereign. Though fraught with many dangers on account of the wild beasts lurking in the forest and the snakes on the plains, our journey nevertheless proved extremely pleasant, for in Kona we found a true and sympathetic friend. Once he spoke to me of Queen Victoria, and his words amused me. He said with impressive earnestness: "Ah, the Queen of the English is, next to the Great White Queen, the mightiest and cleverest woman in the world. She sees the treasures in the interior of the earth and has them lifted. She spans the world with iron threads, and when she touches them they carry her words into the world. She has steamers running on dry land. If a mountain is in her way, she has a hole made through it. If a winter interferes, she builds a road across in the air. And the Queen of the English and the Great White Queen of Mo are richer than all other women together. They are the most beautiful women in the world, and their husbands paid nothing for them." When at night, around our camp, we would relate to him the treachery of Kouaga and our adventures in the hands of Samory and Prempeh, he would stir the embers viciously and call down the curse of Zomara upon them all. "When the son of the great Naya of Mo punishes his enemies, Kona will go and assist in their destruction," he said one night. "Kona's knife shall seek their hearts." "So it shall," Omar had replied, assured of the loyalty of this negro ally. "You are our guide and friend. Rest assured that when we enter Mo you shall not be forgotten." And we went forward next day all in excellent spirits, all eager to enter the unknown land. A few days' march from the mystic mountain of Nauri we approached a little town called Imigu, but found it had been sacked and burned, evidently by Arab slave traders, who, Omar said, were constantly descending upon the towns and villages on the border of his land. At evening we went over the ruins of what not long ago must have been a populous trading town, saw how wanton had been the destruction, and judged from the heaps of bleaching bones how terrible had been the butchery of its inhabitants. At dawn, however, we moved forward again, but at noon, while we were descending a beautiful fertile valley, Kona stopped suddenly, gazed around wonderingly, and then halting his men, addressed them, telling them that they were about to enter a country wherein no stranger had ever before set foot, and urging them to patiently face any difficulty they found in their path, and to offer sacrifices of food to the fetish, to give them strength to surmount all obstacles. Omar, with folded arms, stood by and listened. When Kona had finished, he raised his hand, saying: "Men of the Dagomba, you have guided us to the furthermost limit of the earth as known to you, in fact, to the point where your knowledge of this land ends and mine commences. For this service you deserve reward, and I, Omar,
Prince of Mo, promise that none who have accompanied me hither shall leave the palace of the Great White Queen without his just reward." 200 black faces thereupon glistened with delight. All were eager to see the wonders of this much talked of country, but the promise of a reward at the hands of the Great Queen was a pleasant surprise that evoked the wildest enthusiasm. They yelled with pleasure, bestowed upon us all the terms of adulation, until they exhausted their vocabulary, and blew their elephants' tusks until, I confess, I was compelled to stuff my fingers into my ears, fearing deafness. "Lead us on, O our lord the prince!" they cried. "Let us go forward. We will follow thee if thou wilt point out the right path leading into Mo, and appease thy land's jealous guardians who smite back all would-be intruders with swords of fire." This latter was a tradition. I had heard it many times during my journey with Omar. The natives of Ashanti, of King, of Gurunsi, and of Dagomba had all told me that the country of Mo, wherever it might be situated, was surrounded by a great cordon of guards, demons they believed them to be, who had never allowed a stranger to enter, for they simply lifted their deadly swords that blazed like firebrands, and slew the offending wanderer. "The guardians of Mo shall be appeased," Omar assured them. "Not a hair on the head of any of our party shall be injured, although the way is still long and full of terrors and pitfalls. But I will lead, and those who obey will enter Mo. Those who depart from my words will assuredly perish. Omar, Prince of Mo, has spoken." "May the fetish be good!" they all cried aloud. "We will follow and attend to each word that falleth from thy lips." Then in a few minutes we moved on again down the long beautiful valley, through which a clear river wound among green swards and clumps of trees, forming a park like scene such as might have been witnessed in England. Presently, however, the character of the country suddenly changed, and we were passing through a rocky defile, arid and waterless, while at the end could be seen a wide open country, without rock or tree, stretching away as far as the eye could reach to the misty horizon. It appeared like a great limitless wilderness, and those in front quickened their pace in order to fully view the character of the land we were approaching. For their haste, however, they received an unpleasant reward. When those who ran forward emerged into the open plain, they suddenly found the soft earth gave way beneath their feet without warning, and ere they realized their danger, a dozen of them were struggling up to their armpits in the sea of fine ever shifting sand that seemed kept in constant motion by some unknown natural cause. With each movement they sank deeper until, fearing that the sandy quagmire would envelop and suffocate them, they cried aloud for assistance. Help was ready at hand, for the remainder of our followers ran forward, and stretching forth ropes of monkey creeper were enabled to drag out their intrepid companions, much to Omar's amusement. "Those who deviate from the course that I myself take will assuredly perish," he exclaimed a moment later. Then, turning to me, he added, "This desert you see before you is one of the barriers dividing my land from those of our enemies. To those who know not the secret it is impassable." "Yes," I answered, surprised at the strange treacherous character of the sand. "Those who ventured upon it had narrow escapes." "Exactly. Any weight upon its surface will sink to the depth of many feet, sucked down as swiftly and surely as a piece of wood is drawn down by a whirlpool. In an attempt to cross this unsafe region many men have lost their lives, for once upon its surface escape is impossible. See!" And he cast his staff away upon the sand. In an instant it had sunk out of sight. "Then how shall we gain the land beyond?" I asked, in fear at the soft nature of the earth's surface. "There is but one way. It is known only to the Naya and to myself, and is called the Way of the Thousand Steps. Its existence is preserved as a royal secret in case my family are compelled at any time to fly from our country, in which case they could escape safely, while all their pursuers would assuredly be overwhelmed and perish. For that reason the knowledge has been for centuries solely in the keeping of the reigning Naya or Naba. It was by this secret path that I left Mo, and came to you in England. By the same path I return." "Lead the way. We will follow," I said. "Come, men," he exclaimed, lifting his hand as he addressed them. "Fear not, but follow so closely in my footprints that your feet obliterate them, and I will bridge the great gulf that lieth between Mo and the outer world." The mishap to the advance guard had evoked the wildest speculations among the natives, and all were eagerly pressing forward when, in a few moments, Omar took up his position before them, and urging the utmost caution, held up the staff he took from my hand, taking what appeared to be the bearings between his own eye and the summit of a low mound far away on the horizon. The preparations did not take long, and very soon, with his staff held in the same position before him, he began to venture forward upon the unsafe sand. Carefully he trod the great treeless plain, being followed by all in single file. With such caution did we tread, and so excited were we all, that at first scarcely a word was spoken. Very soon, however, with confidence in Omar's leadership, the natives grew hilarious again, and keeping straight behind the young prince they found the way, about a foot in width, hard, although dry, and extremely unpleasant to tread. Nevertheless, we all were ready to encounter and overcome every obstacle, providing that we could enter the forbidden land, and thus we went forward. Now and then one of the natives, in speaking to the man next behind him, would turn and thus deviate from the path over which Omar had passed, and he would quickly pay for this carelessness, suddenly finding himself floundering helplessly up to his ears in the deadly quicksands. Then the whole of our party would halt, and, amid broad laughter and much ridicule, the unfortunate one would be dragged forth from a certain and terrible doom. But the path was not straight. Heedless of the chatter and excitement behind him, Omar walked on before, his staff raised on a level with his eye, counting aloud each step he took, measuring the distance, until when he had taken 1,000 paces he suddenly stopped, examined the ground well, and then turning at exact right angles, took bearings by another mound that I had noticed far in the distant haze. Again and again we faced always at exact angles after passing 1,000 steps, so that our path became a zigzag one, long and toilsome, with many halts, yet without rest and without seeing anything beyond the wondrous expanse of burning sky and the loose sand that swallowed all things dead or living. Everything thrown upon it sank and disappeared almost as quickly as iron cast into water. Chapter 14. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudiobooks.com. Chapter 14 of The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 14. Foes. When we had been several hours upon our hot, tedious journey, there arose a quarrel out of a practical joke played by one native upon the man walking before him. Quick, hasty words led to blows being exchanged. Both men were walking immediately in front of me, and I did my best to quell the disturbance, but either they did not understand me or affected ignorance of my words, for suddenly one of them raising his spear leapt forward upon the other. The man attacked sprang aside, and in so doing left the narrow path, at that spot not more than 12 inches in width, followed by the would be assassin. Next second they sank into the sand, and although loud cries of horror escaped them, both disappeared into the terrible gulf ere a hand could be outstretched to save them. Hearing their cries I leant forward, but before I could grasp either of them, the fine sand had closed over their heads like the waters of the sea, leaving a deep round depression in the surface. They had disappeared forever. The instant death of the two combatants before my gaze caused me to shudder, and I confess that from that moment I kept my eyes riveted upon the strange narrow path by which we were crossing the impassable barrier. Through 3 whole days we continued along the way of the 1,000 steps, resting at night and journeying while the light lasted. To halt was even more perilous than to progress, for when we encamped we simply sat down upon the spot where our footsteps had been arrested. and food was passed from hand to hand along the line. This latter was somewhat unsatisfactory, at least as far as I was concerned, for the edibles that reached me were not improved by passing through the hands of 30 or 40 malodorous negroes. But the fatality that had at first appalled us had now been forgotten, and everyone kept a good heart. Led by Omar, we were approaching a land hitherto unknown, a country reputed to be full of hidden wonders and strange marvels, and all were, hour by hour, eagerly scanning the mysterious horizon. Across the level sand, swept by winds that parched the lips and filled the eyes with fine dust, causing us infinite misery, our gaze was ever turned northward, where Omar told us lay our land of promise. The very last hesitations on the part of our followers had long been overcome. The African savage is not given to roaming far from his own track, fearing capture or assassination at the hands of neighbouring tribes. But such confidence had the men of Dagomba that if Omar had plunged into the quicksands they would have followed without comment. When at Trigger's I had often read stories of African adventure. I used to fancy myself buried in forest wilds, or eating luncheon upon the grass on the edge of a tumbling brook in the shadow of great outlandish trees. I could feel the juice of luscious fruits, mangroves and bananas, trickle between my teeth. I had once read in one of the boys' papers about the daughter of an African colonist abducted by the son of a West African king who had fallen in love with her, and the ups and downs and in and outs of this love drama had opened a boundless vista to my imagination. But life in Africa contained far more excitement than I had ever imagined. Death threatened everywhere, and I received constant warnings from Omar, who gave me good advice how to avoid sunstroke or ward off the effects of the chill wind that blew nightly across this wonderful limitless plain. One evening when the horizon northward looked grey and mysterious, and to our left the fiery sun's last dying ray still lingered in the sky, there was a sudden halt, the cause of which was, I afterwards found, due to the sudden stoppage of our leader, Omar. All were eager to know the cause, until in a few moments an amazing announcement spread from mouth to mouth along the line. There were strangers on ahead of us. They were actually traversing the Way of the Thousand Steps. Shading my eyes with my hands, I eagerly scanned the horizon in the direction indicated, and there, to my astonishment, saw a long, thin, black line. At first I could not distinguish whether it was a file of men or some inanimate object, but the keen eyes of the savages before and behind me soon detected its presence, and dozens of voices were in accord that it was a line of armed men, and that they were moving in our direction. Instantly it flashed across my mind that whoever they were, friends or foes, there was not sufficient room for them to pass us upon that narrow path, and knowing the determination of our followers, I wondered what the result would be when we met. Unable to approach Omar sufficiently near to converse with him, I watched his face. By the heavy look upon his brow I knew that trouble was brewing. It was the same look his face wore when we had been held captive at Kumassi, an expression of resolution and fierce combativeness. Soon, however, we moved along again, eager to ascertain who were the strangers who knew the secret supposed to have been jealously guarded by the great Naya and her son, and for over an hour pressed forward at a quicker pace than usual. Fortunately for us the sunset lingered long away to our left, for by its light we were enabled to see the men approaching, and before it died out to distinguish to our amazement that they all wore white Arab burnooses and were armed to the teeth. In point of numbers they were quite double the strength of our little force, but we knew not whether they were friendly or antagonistic. This point, however, was at last cleared up by Omar himself, who, just as it was growing dusk, halted, and turning towards me, shouted in English: "Scars, are you there?" "Yes," I answered. "What's up?" "Those devils in front. Can't you see their banner?" "No," I answered. Then, remembering that he had always possessed a keen vision, I added: "Who are they?" "Some of Samory's men, evidently in flight," he answered. On seeing us they raised their banner, and are, it seems, determined to cut their way past us. "But where have they been that they should know the secret of the Thousand Steps?" I inquired, astounded. "I'm quite at a loss to understand," he replied, puzzled. "The only solution of the mystery seems to be that Kouaga has, by some means, obtained knowledge of the secret way, and has directed a marauding force thither. Evidently they have been defeated by the guardians of Mo, and the remnant of the force, a strong one too, are retreating, flying for their lives." "How do you know there has been fighting?" I inquired. "Because I can just detect near the banner 2 wounded men are being carried." "Then we must fight and wipe them out," I said. "Easier said than done," he answered. "But it means life or death to us." On they came in single file, nearer every moment, and soon I also could see the dreaded banner of the Mohammedan Sheikh Samory. Near the flag bearer were several wounded men being carried in litters, while the white robed soldiers carried long rifles, and in their sashes were pistols, and those keen carved knives called jambias. At first our natives, believing that they were friendlies, went forward enthusiastically, determined to drive them back with banter, there not being room to pass, but very soon Omar ordered another halt, and turning towards us, cried in a loud voice in his native tongue: "Behold, O men of the Dagomba, yonder are the fighting men of Samory, who times without number have raided your country, killed your fathers and sons, and sold your wives and sisters into slavery in Ashanti. They have endeavoured to enter Mo by way of the Thousand Steps, but being defeated by the guardians of our border are flying towards their own land. We, too, must fight them, or we must perish." The air was immediately filled with fierce howls and yells. The announcement that these men were the hated slave raiders of Samory caused an instant rush to arms. Loud cries of revenge sounded on every side, spears were flourished, knives gripped in fierce determination, and those who had muskets made certain that their weapons were loaded. The air was rent by shrill war shouts, and the great drum with its hideous decorations was thumped loudly by 2 perspiring negroes who grinned hideously as they watched the steadily marching force approaching. "Courage, men of the Dagomba," sounded Kona's voice above the din. "Sweep these vermin from our path. Let not a single man escape, but let them all be swallowed by the Sand God." "We will eat them up," cried half a dozen voices in response. "Our spears shall seek their vitals." "Guard against their onward rush," cried Omar. "They will seek to throw us off the path by a dash forward. Thwart them, and victory is ours." Ere these words had left our leader's lips, the air was again filled by the wild clamours of my dark companions, and as we had halted just at a point where we would be compelled to turn at right angles, we remained there in order to attack the Arabs as they advanced. The sun's glow had faded, dark clouds had come up on the mystic line where sand and sky united, and dusk was creeping on apace when the enemy, sweeping forward, shouting and gesticulating, came within gunshot. From their van a single flash showed for an instant, followed by the sharp crack of a musket, and a bullet whizzed past Omar, striking one of the natives a few yards away, passing through his brain and killing him instantly. A silence, deep and complete, fell for an instant upon us. In that exciting moment we knew that the fight must be fiercely contested, and that, unable to move scarcely an inch from the spot where we were standing, the struggle must be long and sanguinary. Chapter 14. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudiobooks.com.
Chapter 15 of The Great White Queen by William le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 15. A Natural Grave. The single shot from our opponents was quickly replied to by myself and my companions, and we had the satisfaction of seeing half a dozen Arabs fall backward from the path and disappear in the soft sand. Instantly the rattle of musketry was deafening, and over my head bullets whistled unpleasantly close. The weapon with which I was armed was old fashioned, and as I fired it time after time it grew hot, and the smoke became so thick that everything was obscured. Meanwhile fierce hand to hand fighting was taking place between the vanguard of the Arabs and a dozen of our men, led by Omar. Fiendish yells and shouts sounded on every side as they hacked at each other with their long curved knives,
each fearing to step aside lest he should be swallowed by the sand. Once or twice, as the chill night wind parted the smoke, I saw Omar and our Dagombas struggling bravely against fearful odds. Omar had cast aside his gun, and armed with a keen jambiyah had engaged two tall muscular Arabs, both of whom he succeeded in hurling from the path, gashed and bleeding to instant death. Those behind him, armed with long spears with flat double edged points similar to the assegais of the Zulus, were enabled to reach and dispatch several of the Arabs who had lost their guns or discarded their pistols for their knives. Situated as we were on the angle of the secret path, the enemy were to our right. Their fire upon us was very hot and effective. Their aim was so true and their bullets so deadly that very soon fully a dozen of our brave escort had sunk wounded, disappearing in the terrible sea of sand. Suddenly a noise sounded about me like the swish of the sea, startling me for a second, but instantly I saw what had caused it. The Dagombas had let loose a flight of poisoned arrows upon our opponents. From that moment their fire became weaker, and time after time my companions, kneeling upon the ground, drew their bows and released those terrible darts, the slightest scratch from which produced tetanus and almost instant death. Each arrow was smeared with a dark red substance, and their deadly effect was sufficiently proved by the manner in which the ranks of Samory's men were soon decimated. Dozens of Arabs, touched by the poisonous darts, staggered unevenly, and falling to earth sank into the unstable sand, while the red flash of their line of muskets visibly decreased. Around Omar our men pressed valiantly, and several with bows discharged their missiles with fatal effect, sweeping away the Arabs one by one, and apparently striking terror into the hearts of the others. Arabs are not so vulnerable by arrows as other people on account of their voluminous robes, which savage weapons seldom penetrate, it being only head, legs and arms that arrows can reach. Nevertheless, so full were the quivers of our sable escort that the flights were of sufficient magnitude to reach the unprotected parts of the Arabs and lay dozens of them low. One native next to me, whose bow had constantly been bent, suddenly received a bullet full in the breast, and was knocked backward off his feet by the concussion. So swiftly was he swallowed by the shifting sand that ere I could glance behind me he had already been buried. Of all who fell, not a single body remained, for if they dropped dead upon the path, they were pushed aside in the mêlée and instantly disappeared. Again and again our companions sent up their shrill yells and the war drum was thumped with ear-piercing effect, while opposition shouts rose from our Arab enemies. Still the fight continued as stubborn as it had begun. Omar, with loud shouts of encouragement, fought on with unerring hand, cutting, thrusting, and hacking at his opponents until they stumbled to their doom, while across our line of vision where the fire of Arab musketry blazed in the choking smoke, the thin deadly arrows sped, striking our enemies and sweeping them into a natural grave. Fearing to tread lest I should fall into the terrible quicksand, I knelt and kept up a continuous fire with my musket, shooting into the dense smoke whenever I saw the flash of an Arab gun. It was exciting work, not knowing from one second to another whether the ping of a bullet would bring death. Still I knew that to save our own lives we must sweep away the host of invaders, and reassured by the knowledge that Omar had met with no mishap, I kept on, heedless of all dangers, thinking only of the ultimate rout of our enemy. How long the terrible fight lasted I know not. We stood our ground, the majority of us kneeling, engaging the Arabs in mortal combat for, I believe, considerably over an hour. Several times the firing seemed so strong that I feared we should be vanquished. Nevertheless the Dagombas proved themselves a valiant, stubborn race, well versed in savage warfare, for the manner in which they shot their arrows was admirable, and even at the decisive moment when all seemed against us they never wavered, but kept on, fierce and revengeful as in the first moments of the fight. Gradually, when Omar's voice had been heard a dozen times urging us on to sweep every invader from our path and not to let a single man escape, we found our enemy's fire slackening. The smoke, moved by the sand-laden wind that swept across the plain each night after sundown, became less dense, and at last we realized that the tide of battle had turned in our favour, and that we were conquerors. Then loud fierce yells rose from the Dagombas, and with one accord we struggled to our feet. Each with his hand upon the shoulder of his companion in front, we moved cautiously forward, shooting now and then as we went. But the reply to our fire was now spasmodic, and we were convinced that only a few of the Arabs survived. For some minutes we ceased the struggle and moved forward, but suddenly, to our amazement, a long line of muskets again blazed forth upon us, committing serious havoc in our ranks. We were victims of a ruse. This aroused the anger of the Dagombas, who recommenced the fight with almost demoniacal fierceness, and as the van of both forces struggled hand to hand, we found ourselves slowly but surely gaining ground, until half an hour later we were standing upon the path where our enemies had stood when they had attacked us, and of that long line of Samory's picked fighting men not a single survivor remained. We had given no quarter. All had been swallowed in that awful gulf of ever shifting sand. When we had thoroughly convinced ourselves of this, we threw ourselves down upon the narrow pathway and slept heavily till dawn. When I awoke and gazed eagerly around, I saw that although a number of our men were wounded, their limbs being hastily bandaged, yet few were missing. Of our enemies, however, all had either fallen wounded or had been hurled from the secret path and overwhelmed by the sand. A high wind constantly blew, and I noticed that this kept the grains of sand always in motion, thus preventing the surface from solidifying. Waves appeared every moment, ever changing and disappearing in a manner amazing. At one moment a high ridge would be seen before us, appearing as a formidable obstacle to our progress, yet a moment later it would be swept away by an invisible force. The rosy flush of dawn had been suspended by the saffron tints that are precursory of the sun's appearance when we moved forward again on our cautious march. Our companions, though far from fresh and many of them seriously wounded, were all in high spirits and full of their brilliant victory. It had indeed been a gratifying achievement, and now, feeling that at least their gods were favourable to their journey, they pushed forward with eyes scanning the far off horizon where lay the mysterious realm. During our march that day, Kona, the headman of the Dagombas, on account of 3 men behind me having fallen in the fight, occupied a place immediately at my rear, and thus I was enabled to hold conversation with him. "It was a near thing, that fight last night," he exclaimed in the language that Omar had taught me, "but our arrows wrought surer execution than the Arab bullets. The desert dwellers are no match for the forest people." "No," I answered. "Your men are indeed brave fellows, and are entitled to substantial reward." "I have no fear of that," he said. "The great Naya is always just. She stretches forth her powerful hand to protect the weaker tribes, and smites the raiders with sword and pestilence. What her son promises is her promise. Her word is never broken." "Have you ever seen her?" I inquired. "Never. Our king once saw one of her messengers who brought the royal staff and made palaver. To us, as to all other men outside her country, she is known as the Great White Queen." "Tell me what more you know of her," I urged. "Very little," he answered. "In every part of the land, from the great black waters to the Niger, and far beyond, even to the sun scorched country of the Maghrib, her fame is known to all men. She is rich, mighty and mysterious. Her power is dreaded throughout the forests and the grass plains, and it is said that in her wrath her voice is so terrible that even the mountains quake with fear." "By what means do her fighting men come forth from her unapproachable land?" I inquired, remembering that we were travelling by the secret way known only to herself and Omar. "I know not," he replied. "The manner in which the hosts of Mo appear and disappear have, from time immemorial, formed a subject of speculation among our people. That they have appeared on the Ashanti border, and sacked and burned many towns in retaliation for some outrages committed by the Ashantis upon our people is well known, but by what route they came or returned is a mystery. Some say they came like flocks of birds through the air. Others declare that they can transfer themselves from one place to another and become invisible at will. Neither of these theories I myself believe, for I am convinced that between the land of Mo and the Great Salt Road there exists a secret means of communication. so that the armies of the Naya can appear so suddenly and unexpectedly as to escape the vigilance of their enemy's scouts. Many are the battles they have fought and great the slaughter. In the slave land of Samory they engaged 12 moons ago the pick of the Arab army, and defeated them with appalling loss. It is said, too, that they carry some of the strange guns made by your people, the white men." "You mean Maxims?" I said. "I know not their name, nor have I ever seen one," he answered. "I have heard, however, from a Sofa who fought against the English in the last war, that the weapons are so light that a man can easily carry one, and that when fired they shed streams of bullets like water from a spout. A single gun is equal to the fire of 200 men. Truly you white men possess many marvels." "Yes," I said, smiling at his unbounded admiration for the weapon. "But is it not strange that the Naya should also possess similar marvels? No, everything is strange in the land of the Great White Queen. It is said to be a country full of amazing mysteries. Many are the extraordinary stories related by my people of the wonders of Mo, wonders that we shall ere long witness with our own eyes." "What are the stories?" I asked, keenly interested. "Tell me one." "There are so many," he answered, "I do not know which one to tell. One, however, will illustrate the awe with which the Naya is regarded, even by the powerful Prempeh, King of Ashanti. A story is current that one day, many moons ago, the king had ordered a great custom to take place in Kumassi. War had been declared against the Queen of the English, and in order to obtain the good graces of the fetish 1,000 slaves were ordered to be sacrificed. All was ready, and the king sat upon his stool awaiting the decapitation of the first victim, when suddenly there swept down from above a large white dove which, after circling for a moment above the monarch's umbrella, perched upon the edge of the execution bowl. The executioner swept it aside with his ready sword, but in an instant, by some invisible power, the broad-bladed weapon fused and melted as if in a furnace, while the executioner himself, struck down as if by lightning, fell upon his face stone dead. Still the dove remained where it had perched with its head turned towards the ruler of the Ashantis. A second executioner, ere it was discovered that the first was dead, struck at the bird with his hand, and he too, as well as a third and fourth, were similarly smitten with death. "It is an evil omen," the people cried, and Prempeh, his eyes riveted upon the white innocent looking bird, trembled. Suddenly one of the sages at the king's right hand cried: "See, O master! It is the Great White Queen, the ruler of Mo. She taketh the form of a dove when she seeketh the destruction of her enemies." Then spake the dove, saying: "Yea, O hated king who sheddeth the blood of the innocent and exalteth the guilty, the sacrifice of victims to the fetish shall not avail thee, for I, Naya of Mo, tell thee that thy downfall is at hand, and thine enemies the English will press their way from the great sea, bridge the Prah, and cut a road across the great forest to this thy capital, where thou shalt make abject submission to their head man, and shall be carried into degrading captivity by them. Thy treasures shall be seized, the tombs of thy fathers shall be opened and desecrated, thy fetish trees shall be cut down, and thy slaves shall revel in thy palace. And it is I, in my present form, who shall guide the white man unto their victory." The king, dumbfounded at these ominous words proceeding from the beak of a bird, rose to retort, but ere a word left his mouth, the dove spread its wings and flew away northward in the direction of the land we are now approaching. "That's merely a tale," I observed, laughing at this latest illustration of the African's belief in the impossible. "Of course, you asked me for one of the stories told by our people," Kona said. "I have told you one." "Do you believe that this Great White Queen is invested with such extraordinary power that she can cause herself to be invisible, and while bringing destruction to her enemies, assist her friends?" I asked. "I know not what to believe," he replied in honest bewilderment. "So many are the tales I have heard that I find it impossible to believe all, and have ended by disbelieving most. Many of the men with us firmly believe at this moment that the Naya, invisible, is at our head guiding her son across the Way of the Thousand Steps, and that to her our victory last night was due." Our fate lies in her hands." "Well," I answered, amused, "it matters not who leads us, so long as we enter the promised land. At any rate, we could have no better nor more trustworthy guide than he who is at our head." Next second a loud cry from Omar attracted our attention. Chapter 16. Of the Great White Queen by William le Queux. Chapter 16. Words of Fire. Raising our eyes from the straight narrow path whereon we set our feet in the footprints of those before us, we halted and looked eagerly ahead. We had come to the edge of what seemed a shallow depression, and already Omar had disappeared from view, followed cautiously by those immediately behind him. Owing to the cries of warning and astonishment from each man who reached the edge, I advanced, carefully following my black companion in front until I at length gained the spot where the path ended. Involuntarily a cry of amazement escaped me. I looked over into a fearful abyss. Below was a fertile valley, but so deep was it that the river looked only like a silver thread, and the trees but an inch in height. I was standing on the edge of a huge granite cliff that went down sheer into the valley, its face almost as flat as the side of a house. The descent appeared terrible. I shuddered as I looked over, and Kona, who came behind me, also peeped down and cried: "See! It is the great gulf about which we have heard. Into this the Naya hurls her enemies." On the opposite side, about a quarter of a mile distant, gigantic overhanging crags rose from the valley to a height greater than the rock whereon we were kneeling. At a glance we could both see that to scale the wall of rock opposite would be impossible owing to its overhanging nature. Therefore we concluded that our way lay along the fertile valley, where the cool welcome green refreshed our eyes. Already Omar and a couple of dozen of our black followers were carefully swarming down the face of the rock. Now and then warning shouts arose from them, and ever and anon Omar's voice could be heard giving directions or urging caution. The latter was certainly necessary, for a single false step would mean a terrible death. As I gazed down into the deep abyss I felt my head reeling. There is a fascination in great heights that impels one to thoughts of self-destruction. A sudden dizziness seized me as I placed my foot over the edge of the fearful precipice, and were it not for Kona, who, noticing my condition, gripped me by the arm, I should have certainly missed my footing and been dashed to pieces on the needle-like crags at the base. The sudden knowledge that I had been within an ace of death caused me to hold my breath. Then I crept cautiously over the edge. For a moment, with my hands clutching frantically upon a jutting piece of rock, my legs swung in mid-air, failing to find a foothold, and I cried out, fearing lest I should again fall. But at last my feet struck against a projection, and upon it I carefully lowered myself, while Kona also swung himself over, taking the perilous position I had a moment before occupied. Again and again I lowered myself, gripping on to the successive projections, and lowering myself until my feet touched the one below, thus descending as Omar had done. "Be careful, Scars," he presently cried from far below. "Drop straight and look to your footing." His words caused me to reflect upon the strange fact that each of these projections, almost like natural steps, were placed immediately below one another. Whether they were actually natural formations, or whether they were the work of man, I could not determine. Yet they seemed interminable, and sometimes so far apart that I remained stationary, fearing to let myself go until, urged downward by Kona, I held my breath, and steadying myself, dropped upon the narrow ledge below. Dreading a recurrence of giddiness, I dared not to look down at my companions. My bare feet and hands were blistered and cut by the sharp edges of the rocks, and my movements were seriously hampered by the musket slung at my back. The descent was terribly fatiguing. The way across the quicksands had been so level that we had walked, counting our paces mechanically. But now in every movement there was danger, and terror gripped my heart with a gauntlet of steel. From every pore there broke from me a cold perspiration, as from each tiny projection I lowered myself, not knowing whether my feet would find another resting place. For my black companions, who were taller and more muscular, the way was not nearly so difficult, and Kona, aware of this, assisted me whenever possible. Once, when I found myself progressing well, and apparently having successfully negotiated the more dangerous of these natural steps, I paused for a few moments to breathe, and summoning courage, looked down to where the others were scrambling below. I was then amazed to discover that, notwithstanding all the fatigue, the distance I had covered was scarcely perceptible. I still seemed almost as far from the base of the rock as I was when first I had peered over into the abyss. Suddenly, without warning, I felt the rock give way beneath my feet, and the next instant the whole projection, loosened by the weight of Omar and his followers who had preceded me, fell away beneath me and crashed straight down into the valley. My presence of mind caused me just at that instant to grip the ledge above, otherwise I, too, must have gone with my unstable resting place. It was indeed a narrow escape, and as clinging on with my hands, my legs again swinging in mid air, I heard the heavy rock, weighing perhaps a ton, strike a projection under me and then crash down, carrying all before it. There was an appalling shriek from below, and I dreaded to turn my gaze downward, fearing that my companions had been swept away by the great mass of stone. At last, however, I looked in trepidation, and was gratified to notice that the projection struck by the rock had been left by the man preceding me, and that the course of the descending stone had been altered so that all had escaped. "Careful up there!" shouted Omar angrily. "Don't spring upon the steps, or they will become loosened like that one. It might have swept the whole lot of us into the valley if its course had not been turned. Lower yourselves slowly, very slowly. Take plenty of time." "I did it, Omar," I cried breathlessly. "It was an accident. I could not avoid it, and nearly fell too." But it was apparent that my voice did not reach him, for he slowly lowered himself over the next projection, and continued giving directions to the men who followed, while I, with the next ledge fallen away, was compelled to let myself drop a distance of about 9 feet on to one that seemed far below. From that point the descent became much easier, although during the 2 hours it occupied I stumbled and nearly lost my foothold many times. My feet and hands were covered with blood, my elbows were severely grazed, and from my knees the skin was torn by the constant scrambling over the edges of the ledges. Truly the approach to the land of the Great White Queen was fraught with a myriad dangers. When about half-way down the steep rock another piercing shriek broke forth immediately below me, and glancing down I saw one of our black companions, who had dropped from one ledge to the next, lose his footing, stumble, and fall headlong into the great chasm. Cries of horror escaped us as we saw him strike a rugged ledge of rock far below, rebound, and then fall head foremost to the rock's base, his skull already battered to a pulp. This terrible lesson was heeded by everyone, and for fully half an hour the silence was almost complete, save for the gasps and hard breathing of our followers as they toiled onward down the steep face of the gigantic rock. Someone cried out that here, as across the quicksands, there were 1,000 steps. If this were true, as I believe it was, then the average distance between the ledges being about 5 feet, the height of the rock was somewhere about 5,000 feet. When progress at last became easier, I tried to attract Omar's attention, and inquire whether we should have to scale the rock opposite, but I could not project my voice far enough below to reach him. When he shouted I could hear, as his voice ascended, but he apparently could not distinguish what I said in reply. Kona, his bow and empty quiver slung behind him, scrambled down after me, ever nimble as a cat. His black skin shone like ebony, but here and there were cuts from which blood freely flowed, showing that he too, although inured to a savage life, had not altogether escaped in this struggle to enter the land unknown. As we approached the base the ledges became more frequent, and hastening in my downward climb I at last experienced gratification at finding the peril past, and myself standing at the foot of the great precipice. "Well," asked Omar, approaching me quickly, "how did you fare?" "Badly," I answered with a smile. "A dozen times I gave myself up for lost." "Care and courage may accomplish everything," he said, laughing. "Few, however, would care to risk the perils of the Thousand Steps without a guide, and even if they did, and succeeded in accomplishing the journey to this point, they could not enter our land." "Why?" He turned towards the flat, bare face of overhanging rock opposite, and gazing up to its towering summit, answered: "Because our land lies yonder. We must, after resting, ascend." "How?" I inquired, noticing that the wall of the great cliff was perfectly smooth. He smiled. "Be patient and you shall see. Only friends can enter Mo, an enemy never." At that moment Kona desired to consult him regarding our camping arrangements, and turning I left them and wandered a little way along the valley. Presently, although its fertility was pleasant, I noticed that the air had a strange, fetid odour, and shortly afterwards, while walking in the long rank grass, my feet struck against something, which, on examination, I found to be the decomposing body of a man. He wore a burnouse, and from the long barrelled musket that lay by his side, I concluded that it was an Arab. As I went forward I discovered bodies scattered in twos and threes over the grass plain. Great grey vultures were tearing the rotting flesh from the bones, feasting upon the carrion. Broken guns, bent swords, and blunted daggers lay about in profusion, while the further I went the more numerous became the hideous bodies which the long grass seemed to be striving to hide. This was assuredly the battlefield whereon the army of the Great White Queen had defeated the expedition sent by Samory. Truly the slaughter must have been appalling, and little wonder was it that the survivors whom we had met and annihilated should have fought so desperately for their lives. Judging from the great pile of corpses, the stand made by Samory's Arabs must have been a dogged and stubborn one, for traces of a most desperate battle were everywhere apparent, yet their defeat must have been crushing and complete, for hundreds of the invaders had apparently been mowed down where they stood, others had fallen in hand to hand encounters, their limbs slashed and disabled by keener swords than their own, while many seemed literally riddled by bullets which could never have been fired by ordinary guns, or, if so, at such close quarters that in nearly every case the balls had passed clean through their bodies. The number of corpses lying in the grass were too numerous to count, but at a rough estimate there must have been several thousands. The air of that beautiful valley was suffocating on account of the stench they emitted, and the river was poisoned by the heaps of bodies that had been hurled into it. This valley, that had appeared a veritable paradise from the summit of the rock, was in reality a valley of death. So nauseating was the smell that Omar decided upon pitching the camp at a point lower down, for so exhausted were we all and so dark was it growing that it became imperative we should remain there for the night. So we bivouacked half a mile away from the spot where the Thousand Steps descended, our fire was lit, and after a little food had been served out, we threw ourselves upon the grass, and, worn out by fatigue, slept heavily and well. The valley was filled with a thick mist that rose from the river, overspreading everything and saturating our scanty clothing with moisture, causing us to be chilly and uncomfortable. It was this fact, perhaps, that awakened me during the night, when all my companions lying around were snoring soundly, dreaming most probably of their triumphant entry into the land of the great Naya. Becoming fully awake, I heard the swish of a footstep through the grass, and, raising my head, saw at a little distance from me Omar standing alone. With his back turned to me he was gazing up at the summit of the rock we had yet to gain, bearing in his hand a firebrand that had apparently been lit at the dying embers of our fire. The brand, blazing and crackling, threw his lithe figure into relief, and I saw that his face wore an eager, anxious look. His gaze seemed riveted upon the highest pinnacle of the great rock, as if he had noticed some unusual aspect. During several minutes he remained motionless, his eyes fixed in that direction. At first I was impelled to rise and join him, but not knowing why, I remained there motionless watching. Presently I heard a loud cry of joy escape his lips, and with frantic gesture he waved the firebrand quickly from left to right, sometimes with a sharp motion, and at others slowly. He was signalling to someone on the brow of the precipice. Open mouthed, I watched the result. The glare of his torch prevented me from distinguishing the crest of the rock distinctly, yet as I looked in the direction he was gazing, I presently saw far away on the summit, glittering like a brilliant star, a bright light that seemed in answer to Omar's signals to appear and disappear rapidly, evidently flashing back a reply from the mysterious realm above. Suddenly the distant light became totally obscured, and from Omar's lips there fell an expression of disappointment. His own firebrand was burning but dimly, therefore, rushing to the embers, he drew another from the fire, blew upon it violently until it flamed, and then recommenced the puzzling signals, the system of which seemed very similar to those used in the British Army. Again and again he repeated the long and short waves of the flaming torch, but no answering light appeared. All was dark upon the towering summit that loomed up black and lonely against the deep vault of dark, starlit blue. His was a weird figure standing in the centre of the circle of uncertain light shed by the flambeaux, watching eagerly, and waving his signals with untiring energy. "Fools!" he cried aloud to himself. "They are so fearful of treachery that they feign not to be able to distinguish the name of their ruler." But ere the words had fallen from his lips, the star-like light again shone forth white, with intense brilliancy, but in a different position. It seemed to have moved along the brink of the precipice, nearer to us, and its whiteness had been somehow intensified. In appearance it was very similar to an electric searchlight, and so powerful were its rays that they streamed forth in a long line of brilliancy that slowly swept the valley where the corpses of the Arabs lay piled until it reached us, illuminating our camp with a light almost as bright as day. Several minutes elapsed, and Omar, standing in the centre of the light, casting a long grotesque shadow behind, continued waving the word he was so desirous of signalling. In the meantime, those who were working the light had undoubtedly ascertained the extent of our numbers, for very soon the light slowly travelled over the adjoining rocks, and even searched the further end of the valley. Then suddenly it shed upon us again, and instantly became obscured. Nothing daunted, Omar continued his signals until at last they were evidently noticed and read, for suddenly the light streamed forth again, and commenced a series of vivid flashes that lit up the valley like shafts of lightning. Thus came the answer, for next second Omar, overjoyed, and unable to contain himself, again cried aloud: "Seen! Hurrah! At last!" The signals exchanged between those on the lofty summit of the insurmountable barrier and my friend Omar were long and, to me, tedious. I could make nothing of them, although it was apparent that my old chum was carrying on an interesting conversation with some person unseen. Once again the light swept across the silent battlefield, showing, as if with justifiable pride, the wholesale slaughter that had been there committed by the defenders, and again fell full upon the son of the dreaded Naya. Then it flashed quickly many times and suddenly disappeared. Omar seemed at last satisfied, for holding the brand before him, he took from the tiny bag around his neck a pinch of the magic powder that was included in his jujus, and pronouncing words that conveyed some mystical meaning, slowly let the powder fall into the flickering flame, causing it to hiss and sputter. He was sacrificing to the fetish for our deliverance from the perils of the Way of the Thousand Steps. Even as he stood performing this pagan rite, there sounded afar off a dull, low boom like the distant report of heavy cannon. It echoed weirdly along the valley where all was quiet and at rest, and was 3 times repeated, like some ominous voice of warning. Omar heard it. Surely the noise was an unexpected one, for it instantly filled him with apprehension, and he listened attentively, little dreaming that I also was his companion upon this strange midnight vigil. Chapter 16. Recording by Tom Weiss, Tom'sAudiobooks.com.
Chapter 17 of The Great White Queen by William le Queux. Is in the public domain. Chapter 17 A Salute of Bullets. The low booming was, however, not repeated, and by this my companion apparently became reassured, for shortly afterwards he threw himself down near me to snatch a few hours' repose before dawn. I suppose I, too, must have slept for some time, until suddenly a noise like thunder that seemed to cause the earth to tremble awakened me, and together with the rest of our party I sprang to my feet, fancying that some terrible earthquake had occurred. It was still dark, and as each asked breathlessly of his neighbour the cause of the deafening noise, a sudden red flash showed for an instant on the summit of the rock near where I had seen the light, and a second report thundered forth, making the valley echo and startling the birds in thousands from their roosting places. "We are attacked!" the natives cried. "It is a gun!" It was a gun, undoubtedly. Again it belched forth, its fire causing the earth to tremble, sending some small shots unpleasantly close, and striking terror into the hearts of our companions, who started to fly for safety, expecting each moment that a shower of lead would sweep upon them. "Stay, cowards!" Omar cried. "Yonder gun fires not with anger, but with joy. It is my welcome home. Its fire is but powder play." Then a loud joyous laugh arose, and the black faces broadened into great grins, displaying red lips and white teeth. "Truly the land of the great Naya is a land of wonders!" cried Kona in astonishment. "Here they welcome the queen's son by shooting at him. Surely those shots a moment ago were more than powder play." "A mistake, no doubt," Omar answered, laughing. "Already it is known in Mo that we are here in the grave of enemies, and the guns are being fired as welcome, while steps are being taken to convey us into yonder land." "How shall we be conveyed thither?" the headman asked, looking up puzzled at the bare face of the rock, the summit of which was now obscured by a bank of cloud. "Wait until sunrise. Then you will see," answered my friend mysteriously. And as he spoke the blood red flash showed again, and the great gun thundered forth its salute. While the dawn was spreading we ate our morning meal with eyes fixed upon the great high crag whence the gun belched forth with monstrous regularity. Then Omar and I strolled away together further up the valley to occupy our time until the sunrise. Here I saw for the first time that natural curiosity, the honey bird. Omar pointed it out to me. It was a little grey, common looking bird, about the size of a thrush. It first forced itself upon our notice by flying across our path, uttering a shrill, unlovely cry. It then sat on a neighbouring tree, still calling and waiting for us to follow. By short, rapid flights the bird led us on and on, till we noticed that it stopped its onward course and was hanging about among a certain half dozen trees. These we visited one after another, and carefully examined them, our search being rewarded by finding a nest of bees in each of them. It is a matter of honour with the natives to set aside a good portion of the honey for the bird. Although this action of the honey bird is an established fact in natural history, it would be interesting to know whether he ever tries to entice quadrupeds also in assisting him in obtaining his much loved honey. As we walked back to the camp the sun suddenly broke forth, the clouds rolled away, and on looking up at the point where the guns had been fired, we saw on the summit a number of moving figures looking like black specks against the morning sky. Everyone stood watching the far off inhabitants of the mysterious realm, wondering how we were to gain the high overhanging rock that descended sheer to where we stood. Presently the excitement reached fever heat, when we saw the small black figures grouping themselves into a mass, and then we noticed that one man was being slowly lowered by a rope over the precipice. The rope was apparently passed under his arms, and as he swung out into mid air his companions began to let him down rapidly to where we stood. Owing to the overhanging nature of the rock, the wind caused the man to stretch backwards and forwards as a pendulum, and by reason of hitches that seemed to occur in the arrangements above, he was several times stopped in his descent. At last, however, his feet touched the ground, and headed by Omar, we all rushed towards him. He was a very tall, loosely built man, his complexion almost white with just a yellowish tinge, colourless lips, colourless drab hair.
vague, irregular features with an entire absence of expression. He wore an Arab haick upon his head bound with many yards of brown camel's hair, a long white garment, something like a burnous, only embroidered at the edge with crimson thread, and confined at the waist by a girdle containing quite a small arsenal of weapons, while at his back he carried a rifle of European manufacture, and around his neck was the invariable string of amulets. "I seek Omar, son of the Naya, the Great Queen," he cried with a loud voice as his feet touched the grass, and he disengaged himself from the swaying rope, which still continued to descend. "I am Omar, Prince of Mo," answered my friend, stepping forward quickly. The messenger from the mysterious realm above regarded him keenly from head to foot, not without suspicion. Then, looking him straight in the face, he said with a puzzled expression upon his countenance: "Thou hast altered since thou hast dwelt among the English. Thy face is not that of Omar who left many moons ago with our Naya's trusted servant Makhana." "Yet I am still Omar," he exclaimed, laughing. "Thy caution is commendable, Babila son of Safad. But as the moon groweth old, so does the boy turn youth, and the youth man." "Thou knowest my name, 'tis true," observed the messenger gravely. "But where are thy royal jujus, those placed upon thy neck by the great Naya in the presence of the people?" "I fell among mine enemies who burned them." "The curse of Zomara be upon them," Babila said. "Who were they?" "The hirelings of our enemy, Samory. Then some have already met with their deserts, for 3,000 of them lie here in this valley," and he pointed to the gruesome corpses scattered upon the grass. "But hast thou no possession to assure me that thou art actually the long absent son of our Naya?" he inquired. "Thou carriest thy caution a little too far in this affair, Babila," Omar answered, smiling. "True, I have lost my jujus. Nevertheless, I can answer thee what questions thou puttest to me regarding my youth and my life in Mo. I know that thou art determined to satisfy thyself that I am actually the prince, ere thou admittest us to our kingdom. The caution I exercise is my duty to the great Naya and my country," Babila answered. "No invader nor intruder hath ever entered Mo, and none shall while I am chief custodian of its gate. The bones of many adventurers lie here in this valley." "Yes, I know that well," Omar answered good humouredly. "But what must I do to satisfy thee?" Then turning to me, he exclaimed in English: "This is amusing, Scars. I am actually prevented from entering my own country because I have grown a trifle taller." "What sayest thou in a foreign tongue?" Babila inquired with a quick look of suspicion. I commented upon the absurdity of my situation to my companion, Scarsmere, who has accompanied me here from England, Omar answered frankly. "Scarsmere," repeated the man from the unknown region. "Scarsmere. And is he your friend?" "Yes, my best friend." "If thou art actually Omar, then his friend will assuredly find welcome in Mo," the man said with courtesy. "But answer the questions I put to thee. Canst thou tell me anything regarding myself?" "Well, I think I can," answered my friend with a laugh. "When I was quite a young lad thou wert one of the guardians of the outer gate of our palace. Once I was threatened by a ruffianly soldier as I passed, and thou didst strike him dead with one blow of thy sword. For thy prompt punishment of the fellow thou wert exalted by the Naya and given command over her bodyguard. It was because thou didst unearth the dastardly conspiracy against her life that thou wert given the custodianship of the Gate of Mo." "True," the man answered with a smile of satisfaction. "In one of my age loss of memory is excusable, yet now on looking closely at thee I see the resemblance, yea, I welcome thee home, my lord the prince." In an instant his manner had changed, and he became the most obedient of slaves. "Very well," Omar said. "Now thou art satisfied that I am what I said, we will lose no time in passing the last barrier." "But these?" Babila inquired, glancing suspiciously at the black rabble forming our Dagomba following. "They are my escort," Omar answered. "Every man from Kona the headman to the meanest slave is my trusted servant, and they all deserve reward. Each shall enter Mo and receive it at the hands of the Naya herself. This I have already promised. The servants of the lord prince are welcome. The people shall feed them and make their days pass as quickly as seconds fly. "If thou art desirous, they shall enter and be presented to the great Naya, before whose eyes all men quail," Babila said, bowing humbly before his royal master. "Then let us not pause. We desire to enter Mo without an instant's further delay. The way has been long and the obstacles great, but we have successfully accomplished all, and seek now to enter the palace of my queen mother." "Thy commands shall be obeyed," the man replied, again salaaming, and walking to the rope he placed the loops under his armpits, and a few minutes later was on his way back to the mysterious land, waving his hand to us and promising that ere an hour had passed we should enter the realm of the Great White Queen. With eager upturned faces we watched the cautious custodian of the mystic kingdom dangling at the end of the rope, gradually leaving us, until at length he was hauled up upon the far off summit of the rock and disappeared among the small crowd collected at the brow. The men were evidently soldiers, and the eager manner in which they grouped themselves about Babila when he stepped into their midst showed what intense excitement our arrival had caused. As we watched, we soon afterwards saw lowered from the towering height what appeared at first to be a thin black cord, but which, when the end fell at our feet, we found to be a ladder of curiously knotted ropes about as thick as packing twine, so flimsy in construction that it seemed as though the weight of a single man would break it. "Are we to climb to the top?" I asked Omar, who passed me by quickly in order to examine the ladder. "Of course," he said. "But surely these ropes will not bear our weight," I observed. "They are only like string." "Yes, but the core of each is of steel wire of such strength that it would bear our whole party altogether," he answered. "Nevertheless, it is perhaps best to avoid running risks, so only a dozen shall ascend at a time." I looked up at the swaying ladder with distrust. I had heard many stories of ropes chafing on the edges of rocks and being cut through, and my awful experience in descending the face of the precipice opposite had been sufficiently terrifying. "The land of the Great White Queen is indeed unapproachable," I said. "Surely no enemy could invade you." "We fear no outside enemy," Omar answered with sudden seriousness. "It is internal dissensions that may cause trouble. Every precaution is taken here at the gate of our land to prevent an enemy from gaining Mo. The valley is commanded by guns in such a manner that it can be swept from end to end, so that even if a foe were to succeed in treading the Way of the Thousand Steps, he must descend here and remain under the fire of the guns." "I noticed that last night you signalled with a torch," I said. "Ah! You were awake and did not speak," he laughed. "Yes, I flashed my name with a message to the Naya. This was conveyed to her by a system of signals flashed from one point to another across the country in similar manner to those of European armies. At night the signals are constantly at work, and take the place of your telegraphs. When the message reached the Naya, she sent me a word in return, but even then Babila was far too cautious to afford us means to enter the country without first inspecting us himself." "You've grown a bit and become more Anglicised since you left," I said, smiling. "Yes, possibly," he answered, adding, "I was, however, going to explain that so elaborate are the precautions against invasion, that even now the ladder has been lowered, nay, if we were at the top, the custodians of the gate could, by simply pressing a button, send a current of electricity through the wires that form the cores of the ropes of such a strength, that the ropes and ourselves would almost instantly be fused into a shapeless mass. See, the ropes are wet, so that the full strength of the current could, if desired, be turned upon us." And he pulled forward the ladder and placed it in my hand. Instinctively I shrank away, saying, "I have no desire to be electrocuted just yet." "Well, it's merely one of the many devices we have here for the warm reception of any enemy," he answered. "The number of bodies yonder are sufficient proof that any expedition against us must be ill fated." But just at that moment a rapid signal was flashed by the sun's rays upon a mirror, and reading it, he exclaimed in English: "All is fast above. Come, Scars, old chap, follow me, and let me hear your opinion of my country. Keep your chin raised and don't look down, or you may turn giddy." Then, giving directions to Kona to allow only 12 men to swarm the flimsy ladder at one time, he placed his foot upon the first rung and commenced the long straight ascent. As soon as he had climbed up a dozen feet, I glanced up at the towering crag, then followed his example. Chapter 17. Recording by Tom Weiss. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 18 of The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 18. The Mysterious Realm. So unsteady was the ladder, straining and springing at every step I took, that I was compelled to grip its wet cords with all the strength of which I was capable. It swayed to and fro fearfully, and more than once I dreaded that I should lose my hold and fall backwards to earth. Omar, above me, lithe and active as a cat, climbed on, chaffing me for my tardy progress, and now and then halting and mischievously shaking the ladder to increase my fear. The higher I ascended, the more strongly blew the wind, until it whistled in the thin ropes and blew through my scanty clothing, chilling my bones. My hands and feet were bruised and sore from the previous day's descent, nevertheless I thought not of pain, only of peril. The climb was long and tedious. Even Omar, who had commenced by running up like a squirrel in his eagerness to gain the land from which he had so long been absent, was soon compelled to pause and steady himself, or he would assuredly have been jerked from his insecure position. The 10 men plodding up after us seemed to be keeping step, causing the ladder to spring fearfully each time they ascended the next rung. Omar, himself fearing disaster, at last called to them, but jabbering among themselves in the highest spirits, each eager to set foot in the land of mystery, they took no heed of their guide's instructions. "You fools!" he cried angrily. "Climb slowly and with care. Don't jump so. We're not on a spring board." Useless. We still went up and down like a ball at the end of a piece of elastic. "Do you hear?" he shrieked in the Dagomba tongue, halting and looking down at the string of grinning blacks. "Halt!" This sudden stoppage attracted their attention, and in mid air he soundly rated them for their folly, instructing them how to ascend, and declaring that if they continued their hilarious progress, a fearful disaster must ensue. These words immediately had the desired effect, for which I confess I was very thankful, as I had feared every moment that we should be dashed into the valley. And now, as we went forward again, the ladder was much steadier. From far below we could hear the distant shouts of Kona and our excited companions encouraging us and urging us on, for they were all impatience to follow us. Now and then the great grey vultures, having gorged themselves to their full upon the corpses in the valley, circled around us as if ready to tear us from our perilous position, and more than once I saw Omar raise his arm to beat them off. We were, I suppose, passing near their nest, and thus aroused their ire. Looking up, I saw that we were slowly approaching the beetling portion of the enormous rock, but had yet a long distance to climb. Steadily, however, we all ascended, each grasped the wet slippery cords tightly to prevent being blown off by the high gusty wind, and even when we gained the jutting rock, believing we had attained the summit, we found ourselves still fully 200 feet from where Babila could be seen peering over awaiting us. The ladder, laying upon the face of the cliff at this point, was much easier of ascent, for the weight of the portion below me prevented it from swaying, and by scrambling up with increased haste, I soon found myself immediately behind Omar. Then, continuing steadily, now and then being compelled to bend backwards in a most perilous position in order to negotiate a projecting piece of rock, we together climbed up to the edge of the fearful precipice, each being lent a willing hand by Babila as we swarmed upon our knees to where he stood. "Welcome, O Prince!" the old man exclaimed, salaaming when Omar stood before him. "Welcome to thy white friend from beyond the great black water." In an instant from 1,000 throats rose cries of adulation, and looking around I saw that drawn up before us was a great concourse of fighting men. Some were mounted on magnificent chargers, others were on foot, and among them were many silken banners each bearing the same device, a black vampire bat with wings outspread upon a crimson ground. Each soldier was similarly attired to Babila, with white embroidered robe and girdle, and each carried a rifle and a long curved sword. Babila was evidently a great man in the estimation of all others, for whatever he did the soldiers imitated. In appearance they had the advantage of all coloured and most white races. As a rule they seemed very tall, well set up, with well formed limbs, covered with an almost white skin, the texture of which would excite envy in the heart of many a European beauty. The features had nothing in common with the coarse negro type which prevailed in the forest and over the grass lands, but rather inclined towards the Semitic type. Thick lips were the exception, not the rule, and a broad flat nose was also a rarity. The only sign of barbarity was in the hair which, when the head was not clean shaven, was allowed to go straight out in every direction, giving a very wild appearance to its owner. The hair of some, however, seemed to be softer, for it hung down to the nape of the neck in long, closely curled ringlets. The women, a few of whom were watching us curiously, were all comely, and, attired in long white robes of a more elaborate pattern than the men, had their hair enclosed in a dark blue fillet, a difference in the disposition of the latter distinguishing between a married and an unmarried woman. A great tent of yellow silk had been erected near, presumably for our accommodation. Over it waved the hideous looking vampire bat, and as led by Babila with frequent prostrations we entered it, I asked Omar the meaning of the sable device. "It is the royal mark of the Sanoms, the same as the lion and the unicorn is the crest of your great queen. The black vampire is the guardian fetish of our throne." On entering, Omar walked to the raised dais whereon two stools were placed, and taking one, invited me to the other. Then, while awaiting the arrival of our companions, food was brought to us, and we ate and drank to our full, Babila himself attending to our wants personally. Neither were our companions forgotten, for they were arranged around the tent, and squatting upon their haunches, ate and jabbered to their hearts' content. It was highly amusing to watch the interest with which the natives regarded the stolid soldiers of Mo, who stood in long lines, motionless as statues. They went up close to them, examined them from head to foot, drew the sword from its sheath, handled it, and tried its edge with a grunt of satisfaction. Then they would replace it, finger the accoutrements, examine carefully what they thought might be gold, and at last folding their arms would stand silent, awe-stricken at the whole effect of the unknown race. The denizens of this mysterious country, however, seemed to regard our natives with supercilious disdain. Probably their contempt had been engendered by the fact that certain tribes had on several occasions attempted an invasion, and they had from their formidable heights simply swept them out of existence as easily as a fly may be crushed with a finger. When looking at the handsome women, the enormous mouths of the Dagombas would widen into broad grins which, intended to convey an expression of delight, in reality rendered them hideous. For 3 hours we remained in the tent, sheltered from the sun's glaring heat, while parties of a dozen of our followers continued to arrive. It was Omar's intention to enter the capital with the whole of our faithful band, otherwise he would have started immediately we had gained the summit. Babila urged him to do so, but he expressed a desire that Kona and his heroic blacks should accompany us. At last the whole of the party had gained the top of the rock, and had refreshed themselves after their toil and peril. The rope ladder with its hidden electric wires had been hauled up, and, headed by men blowing loud blasts upon great horns of ivory and gold, we all moved forward, a most imposing and magnificent cavalcade. Both Omar and myself had been mounted on fine milk white horses with gay trappings of silver and royal blue, while behind us came Kona with a very unsteady seat upon a long, raw boned stallion. He was evidently not used to horses, and the way he clutched at the mane each time his animal trotted convulsed both his men and the soldiers in the vicinity with laughter. A shady march of 2 days in a northwesterly direction up the bank of a babbling stream brought us to higher land. The journey was uneventful, the country being devoid of both game and people. We saw old traces of habitation, it is true, but the people seemed to have been driven away or killed, leaving only the empty stone-built houses. From the hill on the side of which we pitched our camp a marvellous view was obtainable. To the north a black forest extended as far as the eye could reach, broken only by 3 small hills that served as landmarks. To the west rolled some giant snow-capped mountains, while the range whereon we stood was a low, stone-covered stretch of round-topped hills, flanked by thick mimosa jungle and filled with rhinoceros. Wherever we went we found traces of them, their feeding ground being apparently restricted to a very small area. Never having been hunted, they probably found no reason to leave such excellent pasture, and it was little wonder that Kona and his men were anxious to remain behind and commit havoc amongst them. On the third day we encamped near a most extraordinary place. It was a small valley about 35 feet below the surrounding ground, looking like the dry bed of a stream, and was about a mile in circumference. "Come, I want to show you Zomara's Wrath," Omar said. And dismounting we went together towards it, notwithstanding the loud cries of warning that arose on every side. A dog, a lean, hungry, strange looking brute, who accompanied the troops, bounded after us, and as we approached the place I noticed a suffocating smell, and was attacked by nausea and giddiness. A belt of this fetid atmosphere surrounded the valley. We, however, passed through it, and in pure air, with hands still over my nose and mouth, was permitted to view the awful spectacle, for it was awful. The entire bed of the valley seemed like one solid rock, but scattered over the barren floor were skeletons of men, wild hogs, deer, rhinoceros, lions, and all kinds of birds and smaller animals. I could discover no hole or crevice in any place whence the poisonous fumes were emitted. I was anxious to reach the bottom of the valley if possible, but my suggestion was at once negatived by my companion, who said, "To go further is certain death. Come, let us return quickly, or we may be overpowered. This is one of the natural wonders of our land." I determined, however, to see what the fumes smelled like, and greatly to Omar's horror, started to descend. The dog was with me, and as soon as he saw me step over the side of the bank he rushed down ahead of me. I endeavoured to call him back, but too late. As soon as the animal reached the rocky bed below, he fell upon his side. He continued to breathe a few moments only, then expired. End of chapter 18. Recording by Tom Weiss, tomsaudioBooks.com.
Chapter 19 of The Great White Queen by William le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 19. The City in the Clouds. There is a strange story connected with this place known to us as Zomara's Wrath, Omar said, when together we turned away and mounted our horses to ride back to the camp. "Relate it to me," I urged eagerly. "Tonight, after we have eaten at sundown, I will tell you about it," he answered, and spurring our horses we galloped quickly forward. When we had eaten that evening and were seated aside together, I reminded him of his promise. "It is a story of my ancestors, and it occurred more than 1,000 years ago," he said. "Ruler of the great kingdom of Mo, King Lobenba had no children. The 3 queens observed fasts, kept vows, made offerings to the fetish, all to no effect. By a lucky chance a great hermit made his appearance in our capital. The king and queens received the visitor at the palace, and treated him with the most generous and sincere hospitality. The guest was very pleased. By a prompting of the fetish he knew what they wanted, and gave them 3 peppercorns, 1 for each queen. In due time 3 sons were born, Karmos, Matrugna, and Fausalya, who, when they reached the suitable age, married by the ceremony of choice, daughters of a branch of the royal family. When the brides arrived at their husband's family and were disciplined in their wifely duties, King Lobenba, who was growing old, thought the time had arrived for him to make over the royal burden to younger shoulders, and to adopt a hermit's life preliminary to death. So, in consultation with the royal fetish man, a day was appointed for the coronation of Prince Karmos, who had married a beautiful girl named Naya. But the fates had willed it otherwise. Long before the children were born, when King Lobenba, in his younger days, was subduing a revolt in this region where we now are, he once fell from his chariot while aiming an arrow, and got his arm crushed under the wheel. The three queens had accompanied their royal husband to the battlefield to soften for him the hardships of his camp life, and during the long illness that followed the wound, Queen Zulnam, who afterwards became mother of Fausalya, nursed him with all the devotion of a wife's first young love. "Ask me anything and thou shalt have it," said the monarch during his convalescence. "I have to ask only two favours, my lord," she answered. "I grant them beforehand. Name them," he cried. But she said she wished for nothing at that time, but would make her request in due course. She waited 20 years. Then she repaired to her husband on the morning of Karmos' coronation, and boldly requested that the prince should absent himself for 14 years, and that her son, Fausalya, should be crowned instead. "She was artful," I observed, laughing. "Yes," he went on. "The words fell like a thunderbolt upon the king. The light faded from his eyes, and he fainted. Nevertheless, Zulnam's wish was granted, and Karmos' departure was heartrending. To soften the austerities of forest life, Prince Matrugna tore himself from his newly married bride to accompany Karmos. But the hardest part was to be the latter's wrench from his devoted Naya. The change from a most exuberant, girlish gaiety to quivering grief, and the offer of the delicately nurtured wife to share with her lord the severities of an exile's life, are often told by every wise man in Mo. 14 long years Karmos spent in exile with his beautiful wife as companion, until at last they were free to return. The home coming was one long triumph. The people were mad with delight to welcome their hero Karmos and their beloved Naya. Karmos was crowned, and then began that government whose morality and justice and love and purity have passed into the proverbs of my race. There was, however, one blemish upon it. Poor Naya's evil genius had not yet exhausted his malevolence. A rumour was spread by evil tongues that she was plotting to possess the crown, and Karmos, sacrificing the husband's love, the father's joy, to his kingly duty, while standing on that spot we have visited to day, then his summer palace surrounded by lovely gardens, pronounced sentence of exile upon her. But in an instant, swift as the lightning from above, the terrible curse of Zomara fell upon him, striking him dead. His magnificent palace was swept away and swallowed up by a mighty earthquake, and from the barren hole, once the fairest spot in the land, there have ever since belched forth fumes that poison every living thing. It is Zomara's wrath." "And what became of Naya the queen?" I asked, struck with the remarkable story that seemed more than a mere legend. "She reigned in his stead," he answered. "Whenever we speak of the Nayas we sum up all that is noble and mighty and queenly in government, its tact, its talent, its love and its beneficence, for every queen who has since sat on the great emerald throne of Mo has been named after her, and I am her lineal descent, the last of her line." That night we rested on soft cushions spread for us in our tent, and marching again early next morning, spent the 2 following days in crossing a great swamp which, rather than a miasmatic death hole, was a naturalist's paradise. As our horses trod the soft spongy ground, a majestic canopy of stately cypress, mangrove and maple trees protected us from the burning sun, and the sweet scented flowers of the magnolias, azaleas and wild grapes added fragrance and beauty to the scene. Flies, snakes and frogs were very numerous, but gave us little trouble. Nevertheless, I was not sorry when at dawn on the 3rd day, after passing the strange natural phenomenon we saw across the level pasture-like plain, high up, spectral and half hidden in the grey haze, the gigantic walls and high embattlements of the mysterious city. "Lo!" cried Omar, who was riding at my side. "See! At last we are within sight of the goal towards which we have so long striven. Yonder is Mo, sometimes called the City in the Clouds." "But for your courage we must have failed long ago," I observed, my eyes turned to where the horizon closed a long perspective of the sky. Away there was the slightest light; elsewhere colour marred the simplicity of light, but there colour was effaced, not as men efface it, by a blur or darkness, but by mere light. And against it rose, high and faintly outlined, the defences of the great unknown city standing on the summit of what appeared to be a gigantic rock. "Magnificent!" I exclaimed. entranced by the view. Superb! It is, as you see, built high upon the rock known as the Throne of the Naya, Omar explained. Although founded 1,000 years ago by the good queen about whom I told you, no stranger has ever yet set foot within its gates. From time to time our monarchs have sent their trusty agents among civilized nations, gathered from them their inventions, and introduced to us the results of their progress. Isolated as we are from the world, we are nevertheless enlightened, as you will shortly see. I was prompted to make some observation regarding his paganism, but held my peace, knowing that any reference to it wounded his susceptibilities. In everything except his belief in the fetish and his trust in the justice of the crocodile god, he was my equal, and I knew that on more than one occasion he had been ashamed to practice his savage rites in my presence. Therefore I hesitated, and as we rode along, the outline of the great city perched high upon the rock, growing every moment more formidable and distinct, I listened to the many interesting facts he related. Kona, who followed us, listened with strained ears, and our Dagombas were one and all laughing and keeping up a Babel-like chatter that showed the intense excitement caused among them by the sight of the mysterious capital of the Great White Queen. We had struck a broad, well-made road, and now, as with hastening steps we approached it, we could distinguish quite plainly the inaccessible character of the high rock that rose abruptly 1,000 feet above the plain, crowned by the frowning walls of immense thickness that enclosed the place. Beyond rose many lofty towers and several gilded domes which, Omar told me, were the audience halls of the great palace, and immediately before us we could see in the walls, flanked on either side by great strong watch towers, a closed gate. From where we stood we could distinguish no means of approach to the impregnable fortress, but on coming at last to the base of the rock, we found a long flight of narrow steps mounting zigzag up its dark, moss-grown face. When the cavalcade halted before them, our trumpeters blew thrice shrill blasts upon their big ivory horns, and like magic the ponderous iron gate far above instantly swung open, and the walls literally swarmed with men, whose bright arms glittered in the sun. Above, where all had been silent a moment before, everything was now bustle and excitement, as Babila sprang from his horse and commenced to mount the long flight of steps, followed by myself and my companion. So steep were these stairs, cut in the rock, that an iron chain had been placed beside them by which to steady oneself. "Are there again 1,000 steps?" I asked Omar. "Yes," he said. "Naya, wife of Karmos, had them cut under her personal supervision. There are exactly 1,000, the number of generations which, she declared, should flourish and die ere Mo be conquered." Then without further words we eagerly continued our upward climb to the mystic city in the clouds. Chapter 19. Tom'sAudiobooks.com. Chapter 20 of The Great White Queen by William Le Queux. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Tom Weiss. Chapter 20. The Great White Queen. Gaining the summit and entering the ponderous gate closely behind old Babila, I was amazed at the bewildering aspect of the gigantic city. As Omar placed his foot upon the top step, great drums, ornamented by golden bats with outspread wings, were thumped by a perspiring line of drummers, horns were blown with ear-piercing vehemence, and the huge guns mounted on the walls thundered forth a deafening salute. Then, as we walked forward along the way kept clear for us through the enormous crowd of curious citizens, Babila at last met the tall, patriarchal looking man in command of the city gate. "Lo!" he cried, "with our Prince Omar there returneth a retinue of strangers. This one," indicating myself, "is from the land of the white men that lieth beyond the great black water. The others are from the borders of Prempeh's kingdom." "Art thou certain there are no spies among them?" asked the man, glancing at me keenly in suspicion. "I, Omar, Prince of Mo, vouch for each man's honesty," exclaimed my friend, interrupting. At these words the chief guardian of the gate bowed until his long white beard swept the ground. and we passed on, followed by Kona and our black companions, in whom the denizens of the mysterious place seemed highly interested, never before having seen negro savages. Now and then as we passed along voices raised in dissension that strangers should be admitted to the inaccessible kingdom reached our ears, but these were drowned by the wild plaudits of the crowd. On every hand Omar was greeted with an enthusiasm befitting the heir to the Emerald Throne, and he, in response, bowed his head from side to side, as with royal gait he strode down the broad, handsome thoroughfare. The buildings on either hand were magnificent in their proportions, built of enormous blocks of grey stone finely sculptured, with square ornamented windows. Apparently the manufacture of glass was unknown, for all the windows were uniformly latticed. Here and there through the open doors we caught sight of cool courtyards, with trees and plashing fountains beyond, while from the flat roofs that here seemed to be the principal promenade of the ladies, as in Eastern lands, white hands and bejewelled arms waved us dainty welcome. Across a great market square, where slaves were being bought and sold, and business was proceeding uninterruptedly, we passed, and as we glanced at the unfortunate ones huddled up in the scanty shadow, we remembered the day when we too had been sold by our bitter and well hated enemy, Samory. I smiled as I reflected what terrible revenge this great army of the Naya could wreak upon the Arab chief, and found myself anticipating the day when the soldiery of Mo should gather before the old villain's stronghold. Kona, who had come up beside me, walked on in silent amazement. He knew nothing of civilization, and the sights he now witnessed held him dumb. The African mind is slow to understand the benefits of civilization and modern progress, unless it be the substitution of guns for bows and bullets for arrows. At last we turned a corner suddenly, and saw before us, rising against the intensely blue sky and flashing in the brilliant sunlight, the three great gilded domes of the royal palace. "Gold!" cried Kona in an awed tone. "See!" and he turned to several of his sable brethren. "See! They build their great huts of solid gold. What treasure they must have!" As we advanced in imposing procession, the great gate of this royal residence, grim and frowning as a fortress, over which a large flag was floating, bearing the sign of the vampire bat, opened wide, and unchallenged by the crowds of gaily dressed soldiers drawn up in line and saluting, we went forward amid vociferous cheering. Ours was indeed a progress full of triumph and enthusiasm. The heir to the throne, long since mourned for as lost, had returned, and the loyal people were filled with great rejoicing. Through one spacious courtyard after another we passed, always between long lines of stalwart men at arms, bearing good English rifles and well made accoutrements, until, ascending a short flight of wide steps of polished black stone, we found ourselves in a great hall beneath one of the gilded domes that had so impressed our headman. Before us was a huge curtain of purple velvet that screened from view the further end of the hall, but when all had assembled and stood grouped together, this drapery was suddenly lifted, disclosing to our gaze a sight that filled us with greatest wonder and amazement. The central object was the historic Emerald Throne, a wonderful golden seat so thickly encrusted with beautiful green gems as to appear entirely constructed of them. Some of the stones were of enormous size, beautifully cut, of amazing brilliance and fabulous value. Above was suspended a golden representation of a crocodile, the god Zomara. Lolling lazily among the pink silk cushions was a woman, tall, thin-faced and ascetic, with a complexion white as my own, high cheekbones, small, black, brilliant eyes, and hair plentifully tinged with grey. Her personality was altogether a striking one, for her brow was low, her face hawk-like, and her long bony hands resting on the arms of the seat of royalty seemed like the talons of a bird to which her face bore resemblance. It was the Naya, the dreaded Great White Queen. Her robes of rich brocaded silk were of a brilliant golden yellow, heavily embroidered with gold thread, and thickly studded with various jewels. In the bright flood of sunlight that struck full upon her from the painted dome above, the diamonds and rubies enriching her handsome corsage gleamed and flashed white, green, and blood red. Indeed, so covered was her breast by the fiery gems that as it heaved and fell their flashing dazzled us. Yet in her eyes was a cruel, crafty gleam that from the first moment I saw her roused instinctively within me fear and suspicion. No smile of welcome crossed her cold, implacable features as her gaze met that of her son Omar. No enthusiastic or maternal greeting passed her lips. Her maids of honour and courtiers grouped about her murmured approbation and welcome as the heavy curtains fell aside, but frowning slightly she raised her bejewelled claw like hand impatiently with a gesture commanding silence, darting hasty glances of displeasure upon those who had, by applauding, lowered her regal dignity. On either side black female slaves in garments of crimson silk, and wearing golden girdles, massive earrings and neck chains, slowly fanned the ruler of Mo with large circular fans of ostrich feathers, and from a pedestal near her a tiny fountain of some fragrant perfume shot up and fell with faint plashing into the basin of marvellously cut crystal. The splendour was barbaric, yet refined, illustrative everywhere of the taste of these denizens of the unknown kingdom. The walls of the great hall were strangely sculptured with colossal monstrosities, mostly hideous designs, apparently intended to depict the awful wrath of the deity Zomara, while here and there were curious frescoes of almost photographic finish, the execution of which had been accomplished by some art quite unknown to European civilization. The paving whereon we stood was of jasper, highly polished, with here and there strange outlines inlaid with gold. These outlines, a little crude and unfinished, were mostly illustrative of the power of the Nayas, depicting scenes of battle, justice, and execution. "Let our son, Omar, stand forth and approach our emerald throne," exclaimed the Naya at last, in a thin, rasping voice, moving slightly as she bent forward, fixing her shining eyes upon us. They glittered with evil. At the royal command all bowed low in submission, it being etiquette to do this whenever the Naya expressed command or wish, and Omar, leaving my side, strode forward with becoming hauteur, and, crossing the floor as highly polished as glass, advanced to his royal mother, and, bending upon his knee, pressed her thin bony hand to his lips. But even then no expression of pleasure crossed her stony features. I had expected to witness an affectionate greeting between mother and son, and was extremely surprised at the coldness of my friend's reception, having regard to his long absence and the many perils we had together faced on our entry into Mo. "News was flashed unto me last night that thou hadst crossed the Thousand Steps," the queen said, slowly withdrawing her bony hand. "Why hast thou returned from the land of the white men, and why, pray, hast thou brought hither strangers with thee?" "These strangers are heroes, each one of them," Omar answered, rising and standing before the throne. "Every man has already fought for thee, and for Mo." "For me? How?" Then briefly he related how we had met the remnant of Samory's invading force and defeated them, so that not a single fugitive remained. "These savages fought merely for their own lives, not for me," she said with a supercilious sneer, regarding the half clad natives with disdain. "We in Mo desire not the introduction of such creatures as these." "Are not my friends welcome?" Omar asked, pale with anger. "A Sanam hath never yet turned from his palace those who have proved themselves his friends." "Neither hath a Sanam sought the aid of savages," answered the Great White Queen, with a glance of withering scorn. "Adversity sometimes causeth us to seek strange alliances," my friend argued. "These men of the Dagomba, Kona their head man, and Scarsmere, my friend from the land of the white men, have given me aid, and if thou accordest them no welcome, then I, Omar, in the name of my ancestors, the Nabas and the Nayas, will give them greeting and provide them with befitting entertainment while they are within our walls." His words caused instant consternation. The will of the Naya was not to be thwarted. Her every wish was law. A single word from her meant life or death. This openly expressed opposition was, to the court, a most terrible offence, punishable by death to all others save the heir. The Naya, her thin lips tightly set, and cruelty lurking in the corners of her mouth, rose slowly with an air of terrible anger.
"Does our son Omar thus defy us?" she asked with grim harshness. "I defy thee not, O Queen Mother," answered my friend, clasping his hands resolutely behind his back, and standing with his legs slightly apart. "I bring unto thee those who have fought for me, and have been my companions through many perils, expecting welcome. Were it not for them I, the last of our regal line, would be no longer living, and at thy death our kingdom would have been without a ruler. Son, the claim of these thy friends to my protection is admitted. Nevertheless, the stranger, whoever he may be, is by the law of our kingdom that hath been rigorously observed for 1,000 years, debarred from traversing the Thousand Steps." As the queen spoke, I noticed two gorgeously attired men behind her, probably her chief advisers, exchange whispers with smiles of evident satisfaction. "Then I am to understand that the Naya of Mo absolutely refuseth to sanction these my friends to dwell within our walls?" Omar said. "We forbid these strangers to remain," answered the queen, crimsoning with anger that her son should have thus argued with her. "They are granted until noon to-morrow to quit our city. Those found within our land after 3 suns have set will be held as slaves. I, the Naya, have spoken." "As thou willest it, so it will be," answered her son, bowing very stiffly. Then turning to us he said: "Friends, the people give you cordial welcome, even though the Naya may refuse to grant you peace. You shall remain." "Thou insulted us publicly," cried the Great White Queen, still standing erect, her black eyes flashing beneath a wisp of scanty grey hair, and her talon like hand uplifted. "To utter such words hast thou returned from the land beyond the Black Seas? True, thou art my son, and some day will sit upon this stool, but for thus opposing my will thou shalt be banished from Mo until such time as I am carried to the tombs of my fathers. Then when thou returnest hither thy reign shall be one of tumults and evil doing. The people who now shout themselves hoarse because their idol Omar hath returned to them, shall in that day curse thee, and heap upon thee every indignity. May the great darkness encompass thee, may thine enemies break and crush thee, and may Zomara, the one of power, smite and devour thee." And as she uttered these words, she held up her long skinny arms to the hideous golden crocodile suspended over her, muttering some mystic sentences the while. Her slaves and courtiers held their breath. The Great White Queen was cursing her only son. The Dagombas understood this action, and stood aghast, while across the faces of the court dignitaries a few moments later there flitted faint sickly smiles. The scene was impressive, more so perhaps than any I had before witnessed. In her sudden ebullition of anger the Naya was indeed terrible. From her thin blue lips curses most fearful rolled until even her courtiers shuddered. As she stood, her bony arms uplifted to the image of what was to her the greatest and most dreaded power on earth, she screamed herself hoarse, uttering imprecations until about her mouth there hung a blood-flecked foam, and her long finger nails were driven deep into the flesh of her withered palms. All quaked visibly at her wrath, for none knew who might next offend her and pay the penalty for doing so with their lives. None knew who might next fall victim to her insane passion for causing suffering to others. Omar alone stood calmly watching her. All others remained terrified, fearing to utter a single word. Suddenly, in her mad passion, she shrieked: "Gankoma! Gankoma! Come hither! There is still work for thee." In an instant the chief executioner, a man of giant stature, gaudily attired, and bearing a huge curved sword that gleamed ominously in the sunlight, stood before her, and bowing, answered: "Your Majesty is obeyed." "There is one who hath betrayed his trust," cried the angry ruler. "To Babila, guardian of the gate, we owe this intrusion of strangers in our land, and these insults from the mouth of one who is unworthy to be called son. Bring forth Babila." The executioner, sword in hand, advanced to where the trusty old custodian stood. At mention of his name a despairing cry had escaped him. He knew, alas! his fate was sealed. Pale, trembling in the iron grip of the executioner, he was hurried forward before the dazzling emerald throne. "See! He flinches, the perfidious old traitor!" the Naya cried. His duty was to prevent any stranger from entering Mo, yet he actually assisted yonder horde of savages to gain access to our innermost courts. He "Mercy, your majesty, mercy!" implored the unhappy man, falling prone at her feet. "I have guarded the gate with my life always. I believed that thy son's friends were thine also." "Silence!" shrieked the Naya. "Let not his voice again fall upon our ears. Let him die now before our eyes, and let his carcass be given as offal to the dogs. Let 100 of his guards die also. Others who would thwart us will thus be warned." "Mercy!" screamed the wretched old fellow hoarsely, clasping his hands in fervent supplication. "Gankoma, I have spoken," cried the Great White Queen, majestically waving her hand. Babila, inactive by age, struggled to regain his feet, but ere he could do so, or before Omar could interfere, the executioner had lifted his sword with both hands. The sound of a dull blow was heard, and next second the head of the Queen's faithful servant rolled across the polished floor, while from the decapitated trunk the blood gushed forth and ran in an ugly serpentine stream over the jasper slabs. A sudden thrill of horror ran through the crowd at this summary execution of one who had hitherto been implicitly trusted, but only for an instant was the ghastly body allowed to remain before the eyes of the Queen and court, for half a dozen slaves had been standing in readiness with bowls of water, and some of these rushing forward carried away the head and body and flung it to the dogs, while others swiftly removed all traces of the gruesome spectacle. Little wonder, therefore, that the great Naya should be held in awe by all her subjects, for in her anger she seemed capable of the most fiendish cruelty. As in Kumassi, so also in Mo, death seemed to come quickly, and for any paltry offence. Gankoma, executioner of the Great White Queen, was, I afterwards learnt, continually busy obeying the royal commands, and the rapidly increasing number of victims whose heads fell beneath his terrible knife was causing most serious discontent. Chapter 20. Recording by Tom Wace, Tom'sAudiobooks.com.